Ladies and gentlemen, there are some technical demands that we have to fulfill, so I need to just receive the reassurance that the transmission live is being held, so please set your mobile phones on mute. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me, on the behalf of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and the European Association Europe North East, to welcome you for the 18th time. It's difficult to believe, but actually this is our 18th edition of the Baltic Business Forum. Nowadays, it's 1538th day of the full-scale aggression of Russia in Ukraine. Those are dramatic experiences of our friends from Ukraine. This is the dramatic events from this time. And the war has affected us all. The conflict with Iran affects also our economy, affects our interests. So nowadays, there are no safety zones to us. Particularly, what affects us in a specific way, in a special way, is what's happening in the energy sector. And 18 years ago, we organized the first Baltic Business Forum to encourage our friends from Ukraine to be more self-sufficient in terms of energy. Nowadays, we have 6 negotiation clusters in screening. Obviously, the war doesn't help us. The war is not helping us to basically adapt the Ukraine to the demands, because it affects the natural environment, it affects the social situation in the Ukraine, but at the same time it shows that our development and our peace are in danger. On the other hand, it shows our unity. Our main slogan is energy for security. Why is that? Because our security depends heavily on energy, depends on whether we are able to fuel our economy, if we are able to independently fuel our private lives. The Russian aggression in Ukraine showed that the access to energy is a strategic value, is a vital value, because the Russian aggressor is attacking mainly Ukrainian power plants and Ukrainian energy infrastructure, destroying everything that creates the body of the Ukrainian society. And Świnoujście is actually a great place for such discussions to be held, because here we have the LNG terminal transporting natural gas to Poland and Ukraine. Świnoujście is a special place also due to the atmosphere of the city, as every time this great city gives us many opportunities to spend some time together, to start new relationships, start new business links, and help us believe in the better future. The West Pomeranian province, considering the consumption of energy and its production from the renewable sources of energy, constitutes a great example, because it's actually the leader and pioneer of the energy self-sufficiency. In our country, it's 28.5% only. However, at the Baltic Sea, multiple companies invest in energy from atom, from the offshore wind farms, constructing the warehouses of natural gas. We are living in difficult times in a very specific place, but we are with many experts whom I would like to welcome to Świnoujście. I would like to welcome our regular guest, incredibly important, the president of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, Professor Paweł Kowal. Welcome cordially, Professor. I would like to welcome the Secretary of State in the Ministry of State Assets, the person who coordinates our work and preparations for the Ukrainian Recovery Conference in Gdańsk. I mean Eliza Zeidler. Madam Minister, welcome cordially. In a minute, we will be joined by the Secretary of State in the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Konrad Wojnarowski. I would like to welcome the President of the Industry Development Agency. It is difficult to imagine Polish economy without his actions. Mr. Paweł Babuszka. I would like to also extend our words of welcome to our Ukrainian guests. The Deputy Minister for Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine, Artem Ievchenko. I would like to welcome the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy, Anatoliy Kutsevol, who actually participates online. And the special guest who's going to take part in our debates is actually the person who's going to talk about the assets particularly attractive for investors. I would like to welcome the President of the State Assets Agency, Dmitry Panalucha. I would like to welcome Katarina Glaskova from the Association of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. I would like to welcome the representatives of the Ukrainian energy sector, Mr. Safarov. I would like to welcome cordially the representatives of local governments who participate in our debates, especially most of them came from Biano-Barinovo, with Biano Barinova, who's actually the head of the Committee for Local Government Cooperation. It's a great team. I would like to welcome the representatives of Polish local governments, with the President, Mayor of Biały Bór, Paweł Mikołajewski. Welcome. He's well known to our Ukrainian friends. I would like to thank members of the board from Orlen, from Gas System, PGE Baltica, Polskie Spółki Gazownictwa. I would like to thank you for enormous help in preparing this conference. We have also special guests. It's very difficult to mention them all, but I would like to especially focus on one person, as this person on the 30th of March has signed a contract regarding Ukrainian facility. This is the person who signed a contract regarding SAFE. Professor Marta Postuła, the first Vice President of the Bank of the National Economy. I would like to welcome ex-ambassadors of Ukraine in Poland, Jan Roszczyca and Adrian. I would like to welcome the Polish ambassador in Ukraine. And I would like to welcome you all to participate in our debate of ambassadors. Also, I would like to welcome co-hosts of our conference. I would like to thank them for the help in organizing this conference. The Marshal of the West Pomeranian province, Olgierd Geblewicz, and Mayor Agatowska, represented by Arkadiusz Mazepa. Joanna, the mayor of Świnoujście, will join us tonight in the evening. So we are just beginning the 18th edition of the Baltic Business Forum. I would like to wish you successful debates, successful networking, and also having some rest here and reloading your batteries. We are here in the city of Świnoujście, so it's a great place to actually talk about energy and reloading our batteries. Now I would like to ask the Marshal, Olgierd Geblewicz, to share his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ministers, distinguished guests and friends from Ukraine, it's a great pleasure for me to be able to welcome you to West Pomerania, to the 18th edition of the Baltic Business Forum. Time flies, but I have to admit this is actually the meeting of Polish and Ukrainian friends. And I always ask myself why Jacek decided to host this conference in Świnoujście. It's the most north-located place in Poland. It's actually far away from Ukraine, but actually I came to the conclusion that it's a good place for holding this meeting because it gives us perspective and allows us to look at the economic situation of Poland and Ukraine from a certain distance. It gives us a new perspective. Indeed, the main topic of this year's conference is particularly dedicated to Świnoujście because what I would like you to know is actually the fact that Świnoujście constitutes a symbol, a paragon of energy self-sufficiency and energy sovereignty for Poland. Had it not been for Donald Tusk, who actually was the Prime Minister also in 2008, we wouldn't have the LNG terminal. Had it not been for the great effort of many institutions and state-owned companies, we wouldn't be fully self-sufficient and self-reliant in terms of the supplies of natural gas. It's thanks to those decisions taken at that time that we can now be independent. Thanks to 5 enormous, significant investments that were actually put into practice but by different agencies, we can be here and we can talk about energy security. The Maritime Office had to actually construct the maritime part, the offshore part of this project. And then the management board of the seaport in Szczecin also contributed in the process. Then we had the regasification station. Gas system constructed the whole system of piping that made it possible to connect Świnoujście to the rest of the infrastructure and connected Świnoujście to the rest of Poland also. And also next to Goleniów, there was a great pumping station, gas pumping station. And it all we managed to do in a couple of years. It became a certain symbol and benchmark of our aspirations and of our ambitions that allowed us to emphasize how much we value our energy independence and energy self-reliance. We managed to do that before the conflict initiated by Putin in Ukraine. And nowadays we have a little bit different challenges because Jacek Piechota, West Pomerania has always been the leader when it comes to the production of green energy and renewable energy sources. We have always been the leader in this respect. And now we are an expert when it comes to the amount of the green energy produced here. 120%, that's the production from the renewable sources of energy. We export the production to Poland. And I believe that the experience that we've gained in this process, we will be able to use in our cooperation with Ukraine, because Ukraine needs a shift in its energy mix. So actually, today we are starting a very interesting debate. It initiates a great event that the President and Minister organized in Gdańsk in a couple of weeks. And I believe that today we will just start the discussion and not finish it. Obviously, I mean the investment, the project in Gdańsk, so I believe we will discuss all the details of this cooperation. I may just add that we will continue to develop our cooperation with our Ukrainian partners. We cooperate with 2 oblasts, the Mikołajewski Oblast. I'm in a constant contact with Vitaly Kim, and also we cooperate with the Odessa Oblast. I hope for a fruitful cooperation in the future and for the continuation of this cooperation. So I would like to welcome the delegates and the representatives of local governments from Ukraine. I hope that we will have a very effective and fruitful time and many fruitful discussions. Have a great time in Świnoujście and many fruitful debates.
Unfortunately, he is not audible. We cannot hear the speaker. So some technical issue, or probably the mic was not on. Yes, we of course want our friends from Ukraine to feel comfortable to come back to the very distant Świnoujście. The floor is now related to Mr. Mazepa. He will take the floor. He is also a co-host of our meeting. Deputy Mayor of Świnoujście. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, friends, it's my pleasure to welcome you to Świnoujście, a city which is the joint point of the sea and land, Poland, where Poland joins Europe. That's a joint point of safety and future. It's a great honor to be with you. As you are all completely adult, 18 years old, so on behalf of Agatowska, I'm speaking on behalf of the lady or Madam Mayor. The place is not just a symbol of this seashore tourism. Świnoujście has become one of the most important parts on the map of energy. That's what Mr. Chairman said. It's a pleasure to welcome all the honorable guests, members of the administration, diplomacy, and business. I also welcome the speakers and the leaders of the opinion who would spend several hours to discuss, communicate, and in fact fight with arguments on very difficult and important fundamental issues for the future of Poland and Ukraine and the whole area of the Baltic Sea. We also would like to thank organizers of Baltic Business Forum. So it's not, of course, the last edition, and our city was chosen as a host place and a place where the discussion on the future of Europe is carried out. In history, sometimes the certain words are not any kind of abstraction anymore. Sovereignty, resilience. A few years ago, they were still found in the reports of experts and strategies developed by the states. It's today of millions of Europe. The Russian aggression on Ukraine reminded us brutally of what Europe had tried not to remember. Energy is not just a commodity. Energy is security and safety. It is the condition for operation and functioning of the state, citizens, and economy. Świnoujście has got very important that is greater than before. All the aspects were, of course, mentioned by Marshal. Terminal, offshore port that is to start its operation, the assembly and construction of offshore farms. And the time of the global uncertainty, it's easy to believe that the future is coined in the capital cities of big states. But quite often, the future starts in the places like Świnoujście, where the cities are open and brave. They're ready to take responsibility not for its own responsibility and its own development only. Well, can cities affect Europe? Europe depends on the courage of the cities that take steps. I would like to leave you with some thought which might be remembered. We do not build security on the energy, not only for the economy. We build the economy with the energy that brings up the safety or security. We are strong, not because we have energy. We have energy to make Europe strong. we are facing 2 days of important talks. I hope you would enjoy the debates, you would make good decisions, the decisions that would make the region of Baltic stronger, safer, and more modern economy based on the cooperation. Welcome to Świnoujście. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, thank you. And now we are going over to the speeches which would be given by the members of the government, both Poland and Ukraine. The chairman, Professor Paweł Kowal, the chairman of the Council for the Cooperation with Ukraine. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf, and also, of course, dear guests from Ukraine and Poland, and the hosts of today's debate and today's conference, it's my great honor for me to be able, as every year, to be here in this very special place, not to give any special speech, just to give you a few words of what we are doing in the relationship between Poland and Ukraine with regard to the recovery. I'm happy that I have an opportunity, because here we gather the commonwealth of the people from Poland, politics, and also business and local government and great important financial institutions. The commonwealth of people from Ukraine and Poland who are involved in the recovery of the country. I'm, of course, respecting your time and your involvement, and I will also be grateful to the involvement of the team of my colleagues, and it is my pleasure to chair that council. Well, I was asked recently, what is the character of the Polish-Ukrainian relationship? Well, in the context of my task, it seems that from the Poland's point of view, we have Polish-Ukrainian, Polish-German relationship. Whatever you touch, then we always have the aspect of Polish and Ukrainian. Well, probably we should have the body or the office of Polish-Ukrainian integration. I was asked about that by a representative of our representative in the union. Probably there should be some kind of office. I'm not for such an idea, but I would like to show you a scale of the problem, to show you the wide aspects of our job, to focus on the issues of recovery. Quite important, fundamental is the recovery is not just a reconstruction of material issues. We would like then to engineer and to coin the discussion for the 2 days, the experience, take into consideration experiences from different countries. And I can say that nowhere, in fact, after the Great War, the big war, there's no reconstruction. It's always to recover the status after the war, the changes, migration and upgrading and modernization. So in terms of Ukraine, it's not just the recovery of material issues. That's why we like to use the word of recovery. Recovery is something more than just reconstruction. There are more processes. It's modernization, but I would like to emphasize the issues of integration, especially integration with the European Union. This is very hot theme, very hot topic from all the perspective of Europe. If you talk about this on the basis of realism, like the way of thinking, which is especially popular at the beginning of the 21st century, I think this is just a simple exercise for imagination. Can you imagine Ukraine after the war? I'm not, of course, going deeply into the estimates of demography on how many people live in Ukraine. It's not important. It is maybe not the most important, but it's crucial. About the after-war trauma, expectations and political hopes of the people who take the burden of the war. It's in fact the war to defend Europe and to defend Western civilization. If you think in a realistic way, can you imagine Ukraine after the war? Can you imagine the Ukraine of the European? I'm a member, of course, and I would like to tell you that on my team, especially when we talk with the USA, I was talking to American politicians. Can you imagine American army and the same, well, trained and linked and connected with the NATO? Can you imagine an American army without NATO? Do you think it's an important and safe solution, taking into consideration the interests of Western Europe, taking into consideration the safety and security of Poland? I'm standing here as a Polish politician. Would that be good with regard to the safety of Poland to leave Ukraine and the whole just waiting someplace? Well, of course, if I ask the politicians, they blink their eyes. We don't do that. We have to imagine and develop the realistic path for Ukraine to reach Ukraine and to give them certain time schedule. Otherwise, it would not be good. Just look at it from the general point of view. Like I always tell the Western partners, just look through the interests of your own country. When I'm looking through the interests of my own country, I can say there is no other way that, in some way, like transportation and agriculture, you have to take into consideration the effective negotiations, and which would result in the partnership and participation of Ukraine in the European Union. Just take other scenarios from other countries, the scenarios that we would like to avoid. Ladies and gentlemen, the recovery of Ukraine understood in the wide perspective, like modernization and integration. From Poland's point of view, I'm just trying to look at it. Well, in fact, it's supported by three pillars, three foundations. We've working on it with business circles. I'm happy and I'm proud that every month, except for holiday, we've been meeting organizations uniting Polish business. And I think there's no single body within the Polish administration that's so regular as we are. We meet every month and we follow the schedule based on the three pillars. Communication and transportation is one pillar. The second one is the export. The third one is investments. Probably we discussed it partly last year, but today, if we ask whether we can propose something to Polish business, Polish bodies, and Polish-Ukrainian bodies, 3,600 businesses from Poland work in Ukraine, thanks to the determination of many people from the administration, especially like Professor Marta, the chair lady of the body. We can face any kind of business body saying we cannot take your risk. Each business, also the public business, state business, has to take some risk by itself. But we can boldly say, after 2 years of work, that whether you take the trade into consideration, of course, we have large exports to Ukraine. It's not only military issues. These are big figures that, in fact, make impression on other partners from Europe. 13 billion euros, 30% of European Union export. And the new technologies that follow and new investments. So you have to help with trade, which will then drag the other issues, communication, transport. So export is the second pillar. So there was two extraordinary pillars of this is Poland that has got these pillars on this big scale. Would that be the same as in Kerry with Iraq? No, take the map, find the location of Iraq and Ukraine, and then add the scale of a relationship and social relationship. We have a lot of people who legally reside here. We have 850,000 people from Ukraine that are employed in Poland. Just imagine the Polish economy without the workers from Ukraine. If they tell you where we're living, well, we would, of course, we work on the integration. We cannot just tell them afterwards, go to Italy or Germany. But this makes our relationship very special. That's what I said in the beginning of my speech. There was transport, communication. This is the gate to the east, which I showed it to the members of the Spanish Parliament, and also the issue of export. These are the pillars that are supported by us. And after the 2 years, we can say that we can easily remind different actions, different supporting programs. And the third pillar is investment projects. Investment run by small and medium-sized enterprises and businesses, and the Bank of National Economy. Well, I thanked Madam Chairman chairing the bank. They are very effective. Those businesses are very effective. But we also have a large investment, the big flag projects, just like lighthouses, to cast the light, to show that the relationship, it's not just figures and the data, but these are programs that some people look at. That's why we have Mr. Artem Rybchenko here. That's what we talked about yesterday and what we are talking about today. It's time for preparing few flag large projects. We are in Świnoujście. I can say that these are lighthouse type projects. They are important, take into consideration the social acceptance, social reception of our involvement. What we were successful with? Well, we do not have only economic relationships. This is a whole network of relationships, historical, humanitarian, human. They twinkle together and they are joined with the decisions of democratic government. Each government must have support for its decisions. So if you want to find more resources to support Ukraine military, because you understand that it's also support for your security. So you have to take rid of different kind of obstacles or obstruction. That's why our team, which is the lady minister, Mr. Gergon, and other people who take top seats in the administration and deal with the Ukrainian issues and relationship. And we were forced also to deal with other things.
Last year I asked you, which wasn't that obvious for many of you, to give us support in humanitarian excavation of bodies. So that's not a historical issue, it's a humanitarian issue. That's a right to remember our loved ones and our families. And how we approach this, I have to say that when we bury the dead, we don't ask for the historical context. As Christians, we know that our loved ones that are dead, well, the loved ones of those that are dead can just stay above the grave and pray. And I can just tell you how it is actually possible. It's possible thanks to the work of Polish archaeologists, our prominent experts who search for the bodies of the dead in Ukraine. It happens thanks to priests and also to experts who search for the bodies. Well, you don't think it's related to the topic of our conference? It is, because including this element in the Russian propaganda was actually very important to them. It was of fundamental importance to take care of this issue. And after many years of a great synergy with many institutions, both Polish and Ukrainian institutions, it is be able to happen. It's able to happen. So I'm actually really happy to tell you that it's almost resolved, maybe not fully resolved, not fully completed, but with great perspectives on the future. Also, in the last weeks, something incredible happened. Polish and Ukrainian historians have met in Baronów Sandomierski, and they discussed how to work on sources, how to receive knowledge, historical knowledge, how to work with sources to receive knowledge. And that's basically how it should be done. That's the benchmark of how it should be done, instead of just calling names in media. And it was very important to actually document that moment in our relationships. It was actually the first time since 2022. So it was important for the ex-government, the temporary government, the present government, local governments, because it's difficult to document how we Polish and Ukrainians cooperate in humanitarian issues as well. But also to preserve historical memory, it was also important to historians and for the future generations. And now, moving on to another issue, it is also related to the National Development Bank. It depends on the National Development Bank if we are able to do that before the project in Gdańsk. This is our idea from the Prime Minister's office, Professor Seidler, Professor Stolarczyk, the team that worked with French and Italian experts. Last year, the European Commission surprised us and told us it's the main project of the European Commission. Now it's actually in the hands of the banks. So the European Flag Fund, that's basically the name of this project. That's our priority for now. I'm really happy that all the changes related to introducing and launching Ukrainian instruments and so-called Ukrainian facility are also successful. You know, it's time-consuming. You know that it all demands the permission of the president, but it's also happening. Also, thanks to the cooperation of the Poland National Bank, the National Development Bank, with the European institutions, we may say that we have all the instruments necessary to implement our projects, well, the so-called dual-use instruments. Now we have funds for Polish entities for dual use. So we can both conduct research, then we can invest, and then we can document all our discoveries. And all our efforts will be basically completed during the conference in Gdańsk. It was also the diplomatic mission, because it's outside of the group of 7. We have the highest representatives of the government and over 100 delegates from different states on the both economic and territorial level. So I may boldly and quite confidently say that this is one of the greatest, or if not the greatest, the largest project involving Poland and Ukraine. It will be also a logistical challenge to also be able to host so many guests in Gdańsk at the same time for 3 days. But it will be a great project. And I'm talking about this to maintain and keep your interest in the project. Just as an art in which the window is a great remembrance of the art, reflection of the art, the conference is a great remembrance of the important issues and important topics that are being discussed and that need to be solved. So we want to show our Polish-Ukrainian cooperation as the main driving force for future years. I may say that our conference, pre-conference in Rzeszów was a success. It was a significant large-scale event. And that's an event that we can add to our Ukrainian recovery plan. Also, when we consider the UAVs that are so commonly used, and when it comes to the G7 donors, I believe that the contribution of Poland, which is actually confirmed by our report, allows us to be able to be a part of this association of allies who work on the future and recovery of Ukraine. So I'm very happy to actually confirm that we will be the advisory body and the main and also the member of the G7 project, a person who's going to be the main responsible person appointed to confirm all the decisions, actually is sitting in this room right now. I cannot reveal the name, but I can confirm that this person is here with us now. So basically, those were only some of the projects that we were able to finalize during the last couple of years, during our cooperation with Ukraine. So now a couple of other issues are left. Contracts related to our flag investments, benchmark investments. Both Polish entities and also subcontractors, Polish SMEs, they all contribute in this recovery plan. So Putin will receive a bill to pay. He will have to pay for what he's done. So due to the fact that so many people are helping, are contributing, Putin has to face great losses. Thanks to our work, he's losing. And it can be very clearly seen, especially here in Świnoujście as well. Because the losses that Putin has caused, the international losses, because the aggression is the international crime. That's the international crime that should be persecuted. And due to this crime, we have to face significant losses. And we will prepare the bill that he will pay. We will work on how much we'll have to pay off. I believe that the situation that Putin has caused affects all of us because it's touching our sense of peace. As now we are thinking, as a scientist, I know that it is actually examined by many people. We can obviously write new books about the informational war. But then, when we see that the Russians are spending millions of euros, it's not actually about the freedom of speech, because Russians are not using their freedom of speech. They use dollars and euros and all the other currencies, including the ruble. When they are attacking, the problem arises how to defend ourselves. we shouldn't just limit ourselves to teaching about that at school. That's not enough. We need legal instruments. We need to react in the same way as we reacted to Stalinism, to totalitarian regimes. We need to react the same way as reacted back then, and we need to make it clear that it's a form of war. This is exactly the form of war. So after this year, I could just say thank you to all of you. Thank you for all that you've done when it comes to the Polish-Ukrainian relationships, both the world of business, politicians, and so many entities and so many enterprises. They have contributed to our cooperation. But instead of just thanking you, I would like to ask you for something. All of you, regardless of what you represent, what kind of institutions you represent, I would like to ask you, be very careful, but not just a type of intellectual fashion. Don't treat it as the intellectual fashion. Be careful and be very serious about cutting off the people that use Russian propaganda. That's the responsibility of each of you. As you're sitting here, that's your responsibility, each of us and each of you. We have to be careful. We have to pay attention, because what Russians are using, this form of propaganda, is particularly severe because they want to undermine the meaning of our whole work. I would like to tell all of you, individually and to all of you together, every day the Russian propaganda is trying to destroy your job and ruin your work, all of you. So I would like to ask you to support us and support Poland and Ukraine when it comes to creating legal instruments and blocking people who are trying to use Russian propaganda to undermine our efforts for bloody rubles. Thank you very much.
Paweł, thank you very much. Thank you especially for the last words regarding these economic relationships are, of course, faced every day, but the Russian trolls work hardly on spoiling the Polish-Ukrainian relationship. That's a very important task. That's a new dimension of the war, something that we are not aware of. It's time for Ministry of Development of Communes and Territories of Ukraine, Mr. Artem Rybchenko. The floor is yours.
we do not choose our neighbor. Unfortunately, in case Ukraine and Russia. But on the other hand, we're happy to have a neighbor as Poland. And this is about relative life. Poland hosted hundreds, thousands of Ukrainians when it was very important to feel a partner, to feel a neighbor, to feel a friend. A lot of business found their new future in Poland, Ukrainian business. And this is about not only future of Ukraine, not only about future of Europe, this is about future of economy. Because without economy, nothing works, nothing goes forward. And this is about also Ukraine Recovery Conference. And we are happy that Poland will host Ukraine Recovery Conference, the fifth one, I would say jubileum, the small first jubileum here in Poland in Gdańsk. Thank you. When we talk about our Ministry of Development, we represent 11 different policies, 11 different politics. And one of them is the most important one, it's the regional policy. Because, again, it's about people. We pay our full attention as a state to give the best possible conditions to our nation, to our Ukrainians. Believe me, it's not easy, but together with our partners, it is possible. And it is very different regions, because when we talk about frontline regions and the conditions living there are extremely hard. But people stay there to keep our Ukraine, to keep our borders, and to keep Europe. When we talk about other parts of Ukraine, we talk about prospering the country, we're talking about moving forward to the globalization of the issues that are on the everyday basis we are reading in the news, we are facing in the social media. And this is why, as it was mentioned by my dear colleague, the fake news. This is a very tricky issue where we have to pay big attention. And this is not about politics, it's about enemy. No one believed before the war has started in Ukraine that Russia will invade Ukraine, will attack civilians, but it happened. And today, by my duty, I meet a lot of diplomats from around the world, from European and other countries, and I hear more and more often the reality that there is threat in Europe, there is threat in other continents, that Russia can invade them as well. This is where Ukraine, as a reliable partner, is ready to also share its experience. We went through more than 4 years of war, and we have experienced very difficult times. Today we can share our experience on the ground. And this is also when we talk about cooperation, because it cannot be just one-way road. We're talking about reality of two-way road and two-way vision, and as neighbors, we're here to be with you, and it is once again my big pleasure to be present and to discuss our future conference. It is also my pleasure to discuss our future steps for signing documents, and this is important that we are meeting in person, because this is the most important thing, the humanity. And this is very important when we can say that the most hard times are behind. So I'm very much looking forward, and I hope that these times will come when we smile, when we enjoy our time together, when we go for another championship of football together, as we had practiced already earlier, and have more very peaceful projects together. Thank you once again. Slava Ukraini and Slava Polshi.
Thank you very much for the words spoken. Of course, the development of Ukrainian communities is something that we are very much involved with, and I think we will be debating also on this issue. Why Gdańsk? Ukraine Recovery Conference in Gdańsk in the end of June. Gdańsk would be the capital of the democratic world. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dear ministers, representatives of business, local governments, science and energy, and also guests of the Baltic Business Forum. Well, Western Pomerania has become, well, not only today, the heart of the power generation. In Międzyzdroje, we met in Międzyzdroje. Now we are meeting in Świnoujście, the place of, it's a very symbolic place as far as the transformation of energy is concerned. And also the place which has become the place of responsibility, of solidarity and strategical thinking of security of our region. That's why today, on behalf of Ministry of Energy and also the whole team of the Ministry of Energy, I would like to congratulate for organizing this event, congratulate the local government and also the administration of the Western Pomerania and Mr. Marshal, and most of all, the chief organizer, the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, for step-by-step building of cooperation between two nations in a very hard time. We cannot talk about the energy security without making reference to Ukraine. The war showed brutally that infrastructure can be the target for attacks, and the energy a tool for destabilizing nations and societies. The aggression has been an attempt of questioning the safety of the entire Central European and Western Eastern European region. Supporting Ukraine is also strategical, not only moral. Since the very beginning of the war, Poland has been the partner of the energy solidarity. We made our infrastructure available. We supported the supplies of energy and fuels, and we took part in the actions aimed at the stability of the energy system of Ukraine. Today, we have to think of next step of the joint recovery and the future integration of energy of regions. Safe Europe will not become true without recovered and strong Ukraine. And recovery of Ukraine would not be possible without the modern system of energy. This is a very large challenge. It's only a challenge for both governments, for local governments, for businesses, but it's also a historical chance, historical opportunity for developing a new architecture of energy system. Polish businesses already today are taking a part in the investment projects regarding Ukraine. I believe that in the future years, the cooperation with Ukraine will be the driving force for the entire region of Baltic Sea and Central Europe. The slogan of today's forum is energy for safety. Becomes very material, very concrete. The energy safety, security is a part of the military security. And what is most important, the human factor is very important, or even the most important. Safe energy is not only the access to resources, it's also resilience to geopolitical crises, stability of economy, the safety of citizens, also solidarity between the states and nations who would understand that the cooperation is a condition of the security. Świnoujście is the best example of such a strategical thinking. LNG terminal, already mentioned by Marshal, is not only the pillar for the Polish energy safety, but also works for the regional safety. The infrastructural projects have made Poland become one of the pillars of the European independence of energy. We are investing in the future, the development of offshore farms, resources, new transfer networks, energy stores, and nuclear power and hydrogen systems. We want to combine the responsibility with regard to climate. The Baltic Sea has become one of the most important areas with regard to the energy. We built new infrastructure connections, new supply chains, and new partnerships. But of course, energy safety is where the cooperation starts. It not ends on the borders. The partnership of Poland and Ukraine, a partnership based on the common interest of security, development, and stability of regions. The energy transformation needs brave and courage and cooperation between business and science. We need a common job of administrations, businesses, and science. Poland wants to be a place where the new technologies develop, where the new competences for the future are coined, and also where regional centers for the security are built. Europe is a turning point. The states that would be most successful in joining regional solidarity and effectiveness of energy would benefit. Ukraine, Poland, Ukraine have both big potential. They are capable of producing new model. Our application is to take advantage of the historical opportunity. Energy security, not at the cost of the development. It is the conditions for the development, sovereignty, and peace. I wish you to have the partnerships, effective discussions, the partnership that would work for the benefits of the Ukrainian and Polish stability.
Thank you very much. Minister, I would like to apologize for my mistake, but Minister Kutsevol has been called in an emergency situation. So once again, my apologies to the Minister. And now coming back to our main topic. Why is Gdańsk going to be the capital city of the democratic energy? Maybe you would like to host the debate. Why Gdańsk? Because the previous editions of this great event took place in the capital cities of states. It was Rome, it was Berlin, it was London and Lausanne. So why Gdańsk? Not, for example, Warsaw. The question seems to be very simple, because Gdańsk is a suitable place to host talks about the recovery of Ukraine and to host talks about the cooperation with Ukraine. And that is because it has historical conditions, because this city has been partially destroyed during the Second World War, and it showed how it can be rebuilt and recovered, not only just the walls of the city, but also how we can rebuild the society. Also, this city later on showed that it's brave, it's courageous, and its citizens are courageous, because that's where the solidarity movement started. That's the city in which the freedom movement started, the movement that showed that without bloodsheds, you can fight for freedom and independence. And these two elements are basically enough to show our Ukrainian neighbors and Ukrainian guests and also our Western partners that the change and recovery are possible. Gdańsk is an evidence of that. Gdańsk is the evidence. So there was also another element that was important to the Prime Minister. Also, the fact that the hosts of the city are ready. They are personally committed. The Mayor Tunkiewicz, also the commitment of the city in the cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, and also due to some pragmatic issues are also important. Pragmatic issues such as the fact that this city is capable of organizing such an event and hosting it. Yes, I can still sleep at night despite the stress that I experience, but still hosting this event is one of the elements that the challenge is actually a great one. And I need to devote most of my time to this challenge. I believe that I will be able to get some sleep at least for a couple of hours per night till June. Some time ago, I presented a thesis, a hypothesis, that when it comes to the way of organization, this is going to be the 5th edition of this conference. Is it going to be an A conference, A grade conference? Oh, yes. Well, it's maybe difficult for me to say because those who are to be evaluated and assessed rarely assess themselves. And we will be very happy to accept and host all the interested guests, but we are not able to do that. It's also due to security reasons. It's due to some limitations regarding space, that it's still great, but not enough to encompass everybody who's interested. Well, I believe the time will come to evaluate this project. This is not my task. This conference actually has a specific schedule. There is an important Polish element in the schedule of this conference in URC. Why is this element included and what is this element? Because maybe not everybody knows. Yes, thank you for the clue, even though I know what you're talking about, because I know that this new 5th dimension of the conference, so far it has had 4 dimensions. This year we have added the 5th dimension, security and safety, so the defense element. We've been working a long time to include this element in the conference, and on a large extent, Paweł Kowal is actually the person who is greatly responsible for the success of including this element in the conference. Well, I believe that security, safety, defense capabilities, well, without all these elements, it's impossible to have a recovery in the country. And it's impossible to have any kind of economic transformations. We have entrepreneurs and we have representatives of local governments here in this room. So I think maybe they would like to hear what are the elements important to them. Is this event going to be very politically inclined, or will it have pragmatic, practical role for local governments? Well, the conference has several dimensions. The political dimension, of course, because our Prime Minister Donald Tusk is the main host of this event. Then we will host, obviously, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky and Ursula von der Leyen. We have several more A-list guests that are going to take part in the conference. But this conference is focused on what for entrepreneurs and local government participants is particularly important. So it focuses on discussion. We are very advanced when it comes to preparing discussions with panelists, and I believe that those discussions and debates will bring a lot new elements. They will be very fruitful when it comes to the concept of our conference, but also we will include, we will have time for entering into new contracts. That is important for our Polish-Ukrainian relations. We will be able to sign agreements, and that's actually important for our partners from abroad. So what we hope for is specific measurable effects of this conference, and we believe that in June we will be able to take pragmatic action in Gdańsk. At the end of April, actually, the deadline was set at the end of April. So when we will be able to know the list of all the guests and all the participants who are going to take part in the conference? Well, unfortunately, we have to use some selections and make some choices. Unfortunately, we cannot include everybody who is interested, but we will definitely announce the list of our guests and participant very soon. I can just make a reference to what happened in Rome. In Rome, there were around and in Berlin as well, around 100 first stands, but we actually doubled this amount. We doubled this number. So our fair space or expo space is much larger. Also, it is divided into sectors of the economy. So the representatives of Polish companies are going to be selected according to the highest criteria, and we are going to announce it very soon. There are going to be 80 representatives of Polish companies. Yes, exactly, because the rule that we adopted for this conference is 1/3 of participants is from Poland, 1/3 is from Ukraine, and 1/3 is from other countries. Also, maybe some of those participants are sitting in this room right now. Who knows? Yes, President Kowal actually mentioned 10,000 participants of this conference. When I try to imagine and recall the last year's edition from Rome, I know that it's a tremendous challenge. It's an enormous challenge. It will be twice as many people as in Rome. So, well, regarding Rome and our friends from Italy, regardless of certain maybe errors or mistakes that were made, we would like to obviously make our cooperation with Italy and Rome as good as possible. So 10,000, well, I don't know what to do with this number right now, because I assumed 5,000. That's what I assumed. But if you're asking me about logistics and organizational matters, or the possibility to use the transport across the city, well, we are getting ready for this very intensely. And let me say this: what was actually the lowest link and the weakest link in Rome, so the communication and commuting, well, all the events will be held in one place in the center of Gdańsk. But also, if our guests express the need, we will also create some mobile accreditation points in a specific hotels to make the organization easier. We will try to merge the app that will be available for registered participants, and also they will be able to learn all the important data from the app. So when it comes to logistics and organization, we will try to make it as efficient and easy as possible, and comfortable as well. We were talking about organization of this event. Well, Such conferences are always related to entering into some contracts or signing off some agreements. From your perspective, what kind of documents can be signed and what kind of documents will be the crucial benchmark document of this conference? Well, as I've said before, and it has been mentioned already, there are conversations and debates being held between governments. I'm talking about the Polish perspective, but there are also some Western perspectives being reported, so that's also the case. President Postua also adopted the responsibility of handling the topic to Gdańsk, but also we have the European Flagship Fund that has been mentioned already. Today, maybe I would like to give you the specifics, but we will definitely try to focus on several areas to make another step in the recovery of Ukraine and in our cooperation between Poland and Ukraine. I would like to thank you for the work of the whole team. I would like to thank you for your work. We observe what you're doing, and to be honest, we sympathize because this is a great challenge. There are great ambitions and ideas and initiatives reported to the organizers. It's a great puzzle to handle and to manage. Well, I'm not going to complain about that because no one forced me to do it. Luckily, I have many people around me who support me. Obviously, President Paweł Kowal, he's the main person. He's heading the team, but there are many, many more of us. And I hope that our common effort will make it possible to host this event and to show the world that it can be held at a very low level. Thank you very much. A great round of applause for Eliza Zeidler and her employees. And now I would like to move on to the first panel. We have a small delay, but this is actually a tradition of the Baltic Business Forum. The first panel, which is the strategy of the Polish-Ukrainian economic cooperation between ambitions and the realities of the war. I would like to ask you to add some chairs.
There are armchairs, but nobody to carry them. There's a technology missing. The strategy of Polish-Ukrainian cooperation between ambitions and military realities. So it means such a strategy exists. The first question to Mr. Babushka. Why you do not talk about the participation of Poland in the recovery? You say only about the Polish investments in Ukraine. We say so because this is, to some extent, this is a big opportunity, historical opportunity. This very specific and univocal threat and burglary and aggression is a kind of challenge and an opportunity on the other way. Whether we would be very specific and based on the common sense and responsible, and our attempt would be so, and attitude, and it would all affect whether it would be possible to redefine the geography, the economic geography of Europe. Today or now, well, something that I speak quite often of, we quite often imagine that the recovery of Ukraine is just reconstruction of school or kindergarten near Dnipropetrovsk or by Odessa. In fact, our attitude as a Polish state should be a strategy of building the logistic infrastructure that would open the Near East and Ukraine open to Polish business and European businesses. Our countries, Poland and Ukraine, we have to be totally partners. We would be the operators of export route towards the Near East. If we approach the idea in such a way, that means, well, to be more specific, this is what we are talking about. We have also talked, what Mr. Bancher said, and what we discuss in our agency of development of industry, starting from the memorandum in Rome. We are saying that the documents that we would sign at the nearest URC would specifically mention project. The first project should be the pilot project of building a road from Krakowiec-Korczowa to Lwów, 80 kilometers. It's a small part of the plan, but the pilot project that would show how good we are acting in reality. This is what we talked about with Mr. Rybchenko and Mr. Kowal and Ms. Seidel. The URC coming will have to be very fruitful in terms of fulfilling and completing this success as the URC is, to fill it with facts, to fill it with documents, with very specific plans. We have to remember that a great plan that would start with this road to Lwów and also Polish harbor at the Black Sea and the European gauge railroad to Odessa. The plan would lead us to success if we are smart enough in 10 or 15 years' time. We have Mr. Stelczynski, who's the chairman of UNIBEP, that has been trying to build a new border crossing. Do you think, take into account your consideration, do you think any strategy for Ukraine is possible? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. You should have a strategy. We, as a Polish body that has been operating in Poland for 36 years, we also quite known in Ukraine because we built few structures there, and we are working on the Szegin border crossing. We know a lot about delicate issues of the relationship. Ukraine needs many things. Some statistics: 13% of housing damaged, 16% of health facilities, 10% of schools, 385 roads, and a lot of area contaminated with chemicals, 50% of infrastructure, energy infrastructure, 35% of railroad requires repair and overhaul. This shows the scale of the problem, and we are trying to convey the messages which would tell that we are willing to help, that we have some mission to complete. The Polish company, we know what's going on in terms of the local Polish content is, and we know that our colleagues of Ukraine also think and want to implement the local Ukrainian content, but there's so much work which would require integration. Our contract in Szczecin is a historically very difficult contract. It started in the year 2015. In Ukraine, there had been many changes and amendments. The contract is financed by a Polish loan. So this is anyway some kind of evidence of integration between our two countries. And it underwent different phases. It was cancelled, suspended, and then it was signed. After a long period of consultation, we started civil work. The design work needs a lot of integration. So it's all going on. We said about Cracovia border crossing. We were running for this project, but the Ukrainian party canceled this project. Let's wait for other projects to come, and we want to support our Ukrainian partners in their work on the infrastructure regarding civil work and roads. The UNIBEP experience trigger questions like where Polish state is, whether Polish state helps the businesses. What are actions taken by the Polish state to support business? It's not any kind of protectionism. It's quite clear understanding of actions in very difficult conditions of the war time. Well, it's already been spoken today and said today. The state and the government will not take any decisions instead of businessmen. Businessmen representing public and private sector, at the end of the day, are decision makers, and they take the risks. But what the state and government can do is to provide the instruments to mitigate the risks regarding certain kind of involvement. The risks are defined today. The perspective of wartime is very important to be taken into consideration. To mitigate and to minimize the risk, the state and subordinating bodies prepare certain instruments, financial instruments, certain guarantees. The Bank of National Development is the primary body working on such instruments. It's also the Ukraine facility where the Bank of National Development is involved, and Ukraine Investment Framework, and a guarantee provided by the European Commission up to 175 million euro. So this is KUKE, the insurance of export contracts. So these are just examples of what the state can do and what the state can offer. Such instruments are made available to business. Also other areas of work and talks with the Ukrainian partners that would prepare the foundations for future cooperation, and also the entry of the Polish bodies to Ukraine and to Ukraine recovery plans. So this is more diplomatic and more political issue. What else we do is that when the Polish businesses would decide to enter Ukraine, and then if they are now then facing certain difficulties, then the state would support actions aimed at finding solutions to difficult and problematic situations. There are not so many difficulties that Polish businesses face, in fact. So I think the state is to develop certain mechanisms and instruments, and then those instruments would be made available to the ones willing to continue. The National Development Bank is mentioned, and we have the first chairperson, Mrs. Postua. You signed the agreement on the National Development Bank participation in the second pillar of the Ukrainian facility, the facility to support. I think in Gdańsk we'd be able to sign another contract for financing their local business. What is the Ukrainian facility in your perspective? Is it pro-development, or is it just help? Well, I would like to thank for all these nice words spoken towards a bank. Of course, this is due to the attitude and approach of other bodies. Well, and we think that businesses and partners, such an instrument, it is the instrument that would help and also encourage businesses. It shows the perspective of long-term activities. I would like to mention a few elements. What Mrs. Zeider said, the government gives instruments and just assuring the businessmen, also Polish and the Ukrainians too, after what we were able to achieve, the specific solutions were found for businesses. I make the reference to the former speakers. We are not waiting for recovery. We are, of course, looking through the perspective of 10 or 15 years, but we also working on the investment project, energy transformation. A lot of projects are in progress. This is needed in Ukraine. Ukraine needs such projects to make their economy stronger, and a strong economy makes the political strength and also military strength.
So there are a few elements. Why is this instrument working right now? So last year, thanks to the President and Minister, I would like to personally thank you, because the Polish state has become more committed to the creating financial instruments, financial development instruments, and such as signing contracts such as on the 30th of March actually gives the guarantee of using the grants, and the Polish government is talking about not only about the local content and the Polish entrepreneurs abroad, but also the component of the Polish budget money comes up, even in the context of what has been mentioned so far. So it's over 20 million euro from the Polish budget, 9 million for grants and subsidies for Polish entrepreneurs who are going to take part in energy and infrastructure projects, dual-use projects. And it's a great enterprise. It has been discussed very widely, but it actually slowly is becoming reality. So what has changed? basically, you, ladies and gentlemen, have come here to also listen to some specifics and also some practical information. So we are working in cooperation with some Ukrainian institutions as well to draw up and sign the first dual use and energy project. Agreements can be signed in Gdańsk. The first agreements will be signed in Gdańsk. So last year in March, we were discussing, and we were pointing out to the fact that some elements were not fully adapted to the Polish legal requirements. Well, organizing subsidies for Polish entrepreneurs was also a kind of a challenge, but this is happening now. We are talking about the additional element, the dual-use element. So the defense sector in the areas related to the National Development Bank is able to search for opportunities and chances in Ukraine, but also we have signed a contract with the European Commission with other 5 countries to be able to work stronger and have greater impact. It's happening in Brussels right now. Someone asked me, okay, so what has been the greatest success? I would refer to one of the reforms mentioned by Madam Minister. That's signing the support for local governments for the Polish-Ukrainian cooperation. We have shown that some of the enterprises can be realized in public-private ownership. It doesn't have to be fully public. It can be private and public. It can be mixed. And it shows that the funds are there, both for warranties, but also there are funds for grants and loans, which is actually important because Poland, well, I can be proud of the fact that we're going through the transformation and we are in the place that we are in now. So we are trying to work and act right now and prepare everything now. And when it comes to this signing this agreement, our entrepreneurs can basically apply right now. We were trying to select companies, and we can face more and more Polish companies that take part in such projects. So you can actually apply. Money is on the table. We are doing this. We are ready. We are ready for you. And the third aspect, I'm just looking at President Karnowski. It's actually the cooperation with foreign companies. We have even a branch in Kiev, but we cannot do everything by ourselves. We cannot do everything ourselves. So we need support from abroad. So responding to your question, or answering your question, yeah, the Polish state has adapted its instruments, the parliament, to be able to support Polish entrepreneurs, not to mention the instrument that is actually not related to Ukrainian facility, but 250 million of low percentage loans. There is a great demand for those loans, and we are going to ask the government for increasing the scale of those loans so that we gain exposure in the Ukrainian market, and so we are even more prepared for the recovery of Ukraine. And that's the element of the broader process that's happening now. We are looking forward, we are looking in the future, and the Polish idea, that has been gained by the team of our President Kowal. And we are fully ready to actually join the European Flagship Fund, because all the processes from the National Development Bank have been finished, and we hope that Ursula von der Leyen, the President von der Leyen, will be in Gdańsk as well to sign this contract. We, as Poland, we are ready with all the contracts, with all the formalities. And when we are debating here, I want to emphasize that we are talking about facts. We received your trust, and we are going to serve you as best as we can. You mentioned the flagship Ukrainian project. What are the differences between this project, this European Flagships Fund, and European Facility? Maybe we could talk about amounts. Well, it's actually the amount. On the one hand, it's the private capital fund, so grants, loans, but to be able to build strong economy, we also need privately owned instruments that enters and invests, bringing its own capital. It's a very important element. So what we've gone through by building big power plants, that's a great element. Those are hundreds, if not billions of euro. We are going to search for private partners because many institutions are involved, such as, for example, the National Development Bank. We are going to announce this amount soon. Maybe we will even increase the amount. So those are billions of zloty. 1 billion of euro, that's more or less the amount. That's the amount that will be invested by a professional entity. So by developing Europe and rebuilding the European market, we need to use the capital economy, and we're going to collect funds from, I can tell you from my perspective, we are hosting investors from Japan, from South Korea. They know we have great relations with Ukraine, and they say, well, we want to invest in those relations. Okay, that's this main project. So you can invest in it, and we can invest in this project together. So this European Flagships Fund, that's the project that is very strongly monitored. Well, actually, the French wanted to take it away from us. We remember that very well. But we want to participate in it just as stakeholders and shareholders. So that's the instrument with which different European instruments believe that strong Ukraine is necessary and it's crucial for us to build its energy sovereignty and to make it possible for Ukraine to enter the EU or join the EU. Thank you very much. There is Minister Artem Rybchenko with us. He represents the Ministry for Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine. He's the Deputy Minister of Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine. We know that this Ukrainian reform is actually one of the most advanced reforms in Ukraine. And when we talk about Ukrainian reforms, a very obvious question arises. The funds dedicated to Ukrainian entities, what are they needed for? What are your expectations in this regard? At the beginning of the year, there was the report unfortunately, the numbers are rising, and now we have around 600 billion for the recovery of Ukraine. So 600 billion, that's the amount necessary for the recovery of Ukraine. It's necessary for the full functionality of Ukraine. I'm talking about all the regions of Ukraine. And obviously, you know that decentralization is one of the most significant reforms in Ukraine. And it's actually one of the most successful reforms in Ukraine. It allows us to make decisions very quickly, locally. So at the beginning of the war, this reform was very, very important from a practical point of view as well, especially during COVID. It was very successful during COVID. When it comes to using the funds, it's actually a simple matter. It's a simple task because now locally, the entities can decide what they need. We have all the programs necessary for it. Those are programs that related to the recovery of Ukraine. We also have the government agency. And the agency basically meets the demands and the guidelines that were given to it. So we have the instruments necessary to carry out the reforms. So we obviously understand that the means and the funds are necessary. The first such conference related to the recovery of Ukraine was supposed to take care of the reforms, but became the conference related to the recovery of Ukraine. But the reforms are taking place all the time. When we look at all those meetings from the 1st to the 5th, we can see that there are multiple businesses and multiple representatives of the private sector are joining us. Without the private sector, we cannot really carry out this project. And we will be immensely grateful to our Polish partners, both at the state level and at the local level. We will be grateful for any kind of contribution that they can give to meet our goals. It is important not to wait for the end of the war. As my friend usually says, we have no idea where this war ends. So now we need to start the process of the recovery of Ukraine. Now we need to initiate it. We need to create and undertake actions and also create conditions to make it possible for Ukraine to recover. So we, as the state, we need to create a platform that allows for this process to happen. And together, I believe, I know that we can defeat our enemy. Together, we can rebuild our country, and together we can make it happen for Ukraine to join the EU. Because right now we are losing people, we are losing the infrastructure, we are losing our territory or territories. And we need to emphasize that we are also losing time. We are losing time that could be spent on faster development, on becoming the member of the EU much sooner. So we need to keep it going. We cannot stop. We have to continue. Well, MetLife Ukraine is going to buy the greatest insurance company in the Ukraine, a very profitable company. And yes, we are definitely want to buy the position of President of Ukraine in Ukraine. We have President Jakub Karnowski, who is actually responsible for Credo Bank. What's your perspective on the Ukrainian banking and finance sector? Do they have space for another acquisitions and other investments from Poland? Can you hear me? Hopefully, yes. So, congratulations for my friends from PZU. There are two, actually, companies. Between 2015 and 2023, PZU actually dropped to the 8th. It ranked 8th. But at least this transaction will help it rebuild its position. It's a good transaction, but also a surprising one, because in a way, it has not been so widely discussed before. But Polish financial institutions in these difficult military times, in these times of war, they can successfully enter the Ukrainian market. So the time we are living in now, with the war taking place in the center of Europe, well, the assets are not as expensive as in the usual time of peace, because it's actually obviously related to the excessive risk. But also it's an opportunity for Polish institutions to develop at this market, to develop on the market. And I believe this logic was very well presented by Professor Paweł Kowal. The logic behind the process goes as the following. Considering the situation of Ukraine and the Ukrainians, and the fact that our neighbor has been so brutally attacked by Russia, and the fact that the war has been taking so much time and so long, there is no other way for Ukraine than joining the EU. And even if we don't have plans to help Ukraine that intensely, still, this is in our best interest to help Ukraine develop as best as it can develop. At least we are supposed to help, and we should help Ukraine try to enter the EU, because, well, I would like to repeat the famous quotation, historical quotation, but we know that there is no free Poland without free Ukraine, and that's, in a way, it's very obvious from the analytical point of view. The Ukraine has to go through this period of what we call in Poland the catching up, the period in which it tries to catch up to other EU countries. That means if Ukraine can defend itself from Russia, and I know it can, I have no doubts about it, basically is doomed to success. It will succeed at some point. Just as Poland, we all know about G20, we all know about how Poland has changed for the last 36 years. And if it's possible for Poland, then all the companies that function on the banking market, such as PKO, the Polish bank, not necessarily controlled by the state, PZU, the insurance company, they all should enter the Ukrainian market. Let's consider it from this point of view. These two institutions, both the Polish National Bank and the Polish insurance company, are leaders on its own markets. Even considering the fact that they are privatized, they are controlled by the Polish treasury, and they haven't developed outside of Poland on a large scale. And the only territory on which those companies can actually develop and they can actually use their know-how, that's actually the territory of the Ukraine. They can work in Ukraine and develop and grow in Ukraine, because that's the country that in terms of culture and history is very close to Poland. There is no other way for Ukraine and to Poland other than developing on the Ukrainian market. So I believe that we should just share our success with the Ukrainian market. A few words about the Polish banking system. We were talking about local governments in Poland and Ukraine. That's the example of very successful reforms. And what makes us particularly proud is the Polish banking system. 20 years ago, I was working in the Polish banking system in Washington. It was presented as the best practice. And also during the times of the crisis in 2009 and 2008, we were the so-called the Green Island, and the word resilience comes to mind. We had the secure, safe financial system. The greatest bank was controlled by the national treasury, but other banks were divided between other countries that were cooperating politically with Poland. There are not so many banks outside of Ukraine in Ukraine, and mainly they are controlled by the government, but this example of this unpopular word, privatization or decentralization, it was actually used by Volodymyr Zelensky regarding one of the banks in Ukraine, saying that this bank should be taken over by the international financial institution. It actually shows the right way. And now the banking system in Ukraine is very important for the entire economy because it's distributing capital, because the lack of the capital market, the real capital market in the Ukraine, makes the banking system crucial. What makes us greatly happy is the fact that our Polish banking PKO BP group is fully ready to purchase some banks in Ukraine, along with some other international companies, international banks. And the World Bank considers such practices to be best practice. So it would really take part in such processes.
We have Mr. Shogayev with us, who has got a lot of experience in a national bank and a credit bank. He's a chairman, vice chairman of BNP Paribas Polska. In our perspective, there is some kind of dualism. On the one hand, we see a lot of opportunities. On the other hand, we are aware of competences, farmer or producer of farming goods, and competitiveness of transportation companies. Shouldn't we change our way of thinking from Polish perspective to the pan-European perspective? Maybe in the other perspective we'd see more. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me and thank you for asking the question. We are the member of EU, and it's quite natural that we are a partner in negotiations regarding the EU accession in September last year. Ukraine finished the IKE screening process, and the Commission at least announced that the three clusters might be launched. We are part of the Union, so we are the partner to negotiate and co-decide on in Ukraine's participation in the EU. And of course, we should support the accession, and it's in our best interest, take into consideration the national safety and economic interests. But it's been a good tradition in the EU to emphasize important issues, and of course to stress and to focus on different kind of transition projects, contingents to protect our interests, safeguard our interests. And when I'm talking about safeguarding our interests, I'm not only talking about blocking. It's completely nonsense, and we would not do that for sure. But the point is good defining of supporting our own interests through the mechanism that, on the one hand, would let Ukraine become a member. It's in our interest. But on the other hand, safeguarding the economic interests of the Polish part. It's not only Poland, but other members and all other members. You remember what happened when we were accessing this, the negotiations were time-consuming, were not easy. After the accession, we had to fulfill different kind of transition periods regarding the labor market, for instance, the exports quota. This would probably happen with regard to Ukraine, and the markets of certain countries will be protected all over the accession period. What might be the worst would be entering the media and political issues like defending the position or role of certain sectors like farming. So grain, the problem of grain that stopped us and hindered us, the negotiations. What we can win is the recovery and industry, civil engineering, infrastructure, power engineering, logistics, everything's where we can be partners already today and also in the future, and where we have the added value with regard to the interests of Ukraine. You have to remember that upon entering Ukraine, if you look at all the statistics, and GNP would of course grow. In case of Poland, it was not that much, it was below 1%. But as far as Ukraine is concerned, as depending on the scenario, it might be from 2 to 26 gross natural products. So it's quite impressive, and it's also challenging Ukraine. But the same estimates say that the export of Ukraine may rise by 3%. But imports, which is interested to all of us, to all the parties that invite Ukraine, the import may increase by 18 to 20%. So this is entering the market. This is something that we have to remember while talking and discussing the accession processes. Of course, let's support the accession, under the condition of convergence, protecting some parts of our economy that would require, not through blocking, but through the compromise policy. What compromise? In civil engineering, do you see, Mr. Stelczynski? You have civil engineering companies. What would our construction companies look for? Well, we have to develop the rules of cooperation. Cement in 2024, the export to Poland increased by 1,500%. But it shows how dramatic changes might be. The component of recovery of Ukraine could be found in 3 ideas. Is housing, $86 billion, these estimate, transportation, 96, and energy, $90 billion. So everything would be needed in a very short time. I would like you to remember, and in the meantime, we would also carry on the construction of the nuclear power plants. In the next 10 years, we had spent $1 billion worth. If you take the railroads and logistics and transportation, another $1 billion of Polish water. So billions and billions. So if we have the government estimates and the small steps that are taken by Polish government on the way to build the awareness of certain projects, and if it were not at the same time, then we would have a chance in that part of Europe to gain a lot and do a good job. There's a lot of work. Just imagine how much steel, 20-30% of capacity of the steel industry has been damaged by the war. So the steel must be imported from somewhere. the steel needed for railroad, you need slippers for new railroads, all railroad infrastructure would have to be delivered. So the integration plan for the business, the integration between Polish manufacturers and delivery chains will have to be long-term, stage by stage. This is what I encourage our friends for. So they should see it and perceive it in that way. We are building a capacity of Poland for you. We've been building capacity of Poland for years. It needs to be time-consuming time. Otherwise, we would face problems on both sides. Mr. Kowal mentioned 850,000 Ukrainians in Poland. To build the Polish capacity in railroads and energy, we need workers, we need partners from Ukraine. If the recovery is very sudden, then it could be a great problem with the workforce. So both sides will face problems. So you have to see this recovery process in a longer perspective through the cooperation and the efforts on both sides to integrate and develop in the organized way. Well, we've got 10 minutes left, so I would ask you for very short, very specific speeches. Mr. Babushka has been thinking over for a while, and what he challenged me, he asked Ukrainians to recover Ukraine through Poland. What is the trickiness? Well, it was advertising ARP. We have very specific, very special economic zones, up to 70% of tax write-offs, and a lot of companies from different countries settle in these zones. But I would like to give you some hints that had not been spoken yet, had not been said yet. We have to remember, and the former speaker didn't say that the civil construction companies are one of the best in the world. He also said that, well, these are the best companies in the world. He also said that some situations happen that the best companies are excluded from the bidding process. And me, as the chairman of the Agency for the Development of Industry and ambassador to the Polish country, any time where there is an opportunity, I have to emphasize that one of the largest tasks of our cooperation is to get rid of any kind of threats and risks. If we are not talking about it, then we would not manage. If we say we are asking Ukrainians to use Polish companies in the reconstruction, so transparency of the processes of selecting the companies, this is very important. We have to work, because this is the task for both parties. We have to think it over. We have to, if we keep silent, the problem would not disappear by itself. So please remember it. Well, applause. This is, of course, the demand of both Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce as well. Well, Mr. Kernowski, a question to you. Are there any threats or opportunities in Ukraine? Well, you have to find a balance. The risk is always going along with the opportunities. The big picture is important. If Ukraine defends itself as the country, if the Ukraine is on the way to Ukraine, which is in the interest of Poland and strategic interest of Poland, and political interest and strategical interest, then Ukraine will offer the larger return rates than in other countries in Europe as average. Poland is more developed. If so, then invest in Ukraine. We encourage Polish companies to open the accounts in Credo Bank. There are 1,200 Polish companies with a Polish company, so 875 have got accounts with our bank, so it's 76%. If we extend this category by Ukrainian companies who have some relationships with Poland or have some branches and go with the cross-border transactions, then we have a lot of share, a big part of the companies, so the proportion is similar. So more than 3/4 of the companies have accounts with our bank. Opportunities are very abundant. The success in Poland can be simply repeated in Ukraine. It is nothing extraordinary. Everything what happened in Western Europe under the Marshall's plan, like France, in the countries like France and Germany, was then repeated in the Middle Europe after 1990, and we were one of the largest beneficiaries. And the competition we managed to develop, and also to let the German, French, and Spanish companies develop and work in Poland, or simply took over certain Polish companies after 40 years of communist regime. And it's been just one of the elements of our economic success. A question to Mr. Shugayev. Probably we are not able to see something. We're not able to notice something as the Poles. Can we see something else through the eyes of the French bank in Poland? The experience and work in Ukraine, I work with Polish companies, and the experience shows that we have to remember, and probably we have not noticed, or we do notice today, but maybe it improves, is the pragmatism in the attitude and approach to the relationship on the Ukrainian side. At the beginning of the war, our approach was simply, well, we were trying to be very helpful. That was some kind of very sudden move, and it was translated to some kind of philosophic expectations of gratitude or thankfulness. It was okay on the human side, but administration and Kiev perceives Poland as one of the partners that could provide something, or could gain something, or could be donated with something. This is bilateral, and such a bilateral relationship could be beneficial for both parties. So we can also be supported. The French banks, we are there. We, of course, invite the Polish partners. Polish clients in Poland are Polish businesses who have interests in Ukraine and work with Ukraine. We are there through URC, one of the one of the private banks. So we have to be very pragmatic. In our chamber, we're saying that you would not get any benefits for your social origin. You have to simply be competitive. Professor Postura last week published an article in the Rzeczpospolita that the model of economic cost optimization is almost ended. The new economic criteria, like resilience, diversification, these are new elements, these are new basic criteria for taking decisions. So, from armaments to welfare, no, well, we have been all talking about taking advantage of market advantages on both sides or European sides in building certain advantage of competitiveness, of the competitive advantage of the region, by looking through the long-term perspective of managing. And we looked in the perspective of 10 or 15 years, not today and now. We are not just discussing cutting costs and optimizing costs as for now. We have not mentioned the issues of safety. It's not just granted forever, not only in the European dimension, but also when you take these issues into consideration in the context of independence and resilience. These are the words widely spoken, but we have to take into consideration the decisions on the way we make the economic decisions, and the reference to drones and the cooperation in developing of drones. This is Ukrainians who in fact, for instance, we import certain parts, certain components from China. Why can't we just produce these elements in Ukraine in Poland? The globalization, well, you only change the priorities and challenges. This is something that is changing the globalization on the wider scale. So we would also discuss these issues in Gdańsk. It's not only resilience, it's safety, not only economic safety, but also the safety in the larger perspective. And selecting or choosing the companies in a very transparent way, this makes the economy strong. So our cooperation, the tools and the instruments will have to result in opening Ukraine or opening Europe to Ukraine. The data that was presented, the statistics, this would build competitiveness of certain sectors without violating the competitiveness of the entire Europe, and would increase the resilience while using the best resources.
On the backstage of our conference, there were some discussions going on the informal international agreement with the perspective to increase our investment presence. So is our presence going to be the milestone for our common work and common satisfaction in the future? I don't know if you can qualify it as a milestone, but definitely it's an important step on our map of the Polish-Ukrainian relations, that's for sure. We are talking about such a solution, but I think that details we will discuss a little bit later. I assume that in Gdańsk, and we will be able to tell you a little bit more. We with the minister and Paweł Kowal as well, but that's just one direction that is debated from the perspective of the government. But from the perspective of state assets and state-owned ownerships and strategic companies, we are also talk about the tightening our cooperation and tightening our relations between Poland and Ukraine, but also in the context of energy, of infrastructure. So I believe that these topics also will be debated and also receive funding. Thank you very much. It's a great news. I would like our guests from Ukraine to summarize this panel. Mr. Rybchenko, how would you like to encourage Polish investors to invest in Ukrainian economy? The first thing is that I would like to thank the platform created by the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, because we are talking about stability of mutual relations. So that's also the evidence of our fruitful cooperation, the cooperation between states and entrepreneurs. We have good relations, friendly relations, and we both have good prospects for the future. During the conference in Gdańsk, we are going to present the new platforms of cooperation that use new technologies, including AI. Our ministry is going to present the new know-how in this field. Secondly, I can say that the neighbor that is economically strong, is always a benefit, it's a profit. That's why when we're going in the same direction, when we support each other, it becomes a very important issue. I think that very soon we will be able to create this formula that uses as little politics as possible and as much economy as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for summarizing our panel. Thank you very much for participating in this panel. Now there's an opportunity for taking pictures. Please, now it's the time for taking a photo together. Please, Mr. President, please come join us. Yes, please, you're the architect of this cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, so please come and join us. Mr. President Jacek, yes, please join us as well. We invite all the volunteers, all the guests to take a photo together. I would like to ask Dr. Michał Matlak. That's Michał Matlak, the son of Krzysztof Matlak. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe I will take the liberty to invite the participants to our table, to our chairs. Yes, everything's ready. Minister Konrad Wojnarowski, welcome to the stage. President Sławomir Hinc, President Szymon Moś, Director Paweł Stańczak, President Tomasz Szubiela, and also Director Łukasz Strupczewski. Good afternoon. to discuss many interesting aspects, but maybe let's start with a short round that is going to introduce our guests, our panelists, our guests. When it comes to energy security of our region, if I may ask you just to give your remarks just for 1 minute, Minister Wojnarowski, the energy sector in our region. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I believe we could specify a couple of such aspects, but I believe that becoming fully independent and self-sufficient and independent of the Russian raw materials, I believe that that's the most significant goal, and 100% of gas, 100% of oil. We believe that we succeeded in reaching that goal, and some countries that haven't reached this goal yet are following in our footsteps. So starting with the next year, I believe it will give us a good perspective for the future, also when it comes to the development of our cooperation with the Ukraine, but also, on the other hand, on diversification of supplies to Poland. Nowadays, being in Świnoujście, it is impossible not to discuss the LNG terminal that actually personifies this diversification of supplies in Poland. And obviously, I believe that focusing on what we mentioned in our strategic documents and what is already happening in practice, what has been discussed during the last conference in Gdańsk, where Prime Minister Tusk and Mr. Motyka were discussing the billion of zloty for the investment, combining both private and public funds. Specifically, I mean the onshore and offshore investment in the energy warehouse, or the network of energy warehouses, and also the atomic energy. And obviously, considering the Ukrainian point of view, becoming fully independent of Russia in terms of the energy sector, this process has also been progressing for a couple of years now. And I believe next year it will become the fact, and we will be able to talk about the energy sector from the point of view of the Ukraine as a consolidated country, fully integrated with Western Europe at the last stage of the process. Thank you very much, Minister, for the introduction. Many of those aspects will be still discussed today, but I would like to ask President Sławomir Hinz to share his remarks. I was wondering what to respond to this question, how to answer. First of all, completing the process of diversification is crucial, making us fully independent and self-sufficient in terms of the energy sector, making us fully independent of the geographic supplies, regarding of what happens at the Baltic Sea. I believe that's the greatest goal. As the operator of the transmission network, transmission system, I would like to emphasize also that a great challenge is actually a challenge related to the security of the critical infrastructure. It's important in two aspects, in the aspects of physical security and cybersecurity. We are doing our best as an operator to transmit gas from the LNG terminal in Świnoujście to over 1,000 points, distribution points in the whole country. And that's this physical security that we take care of. And lately, the pressure to maintain this security as high as possible has been increasing, but also cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is very often underestimated. That's the area in which, well, over 16 years ago from gas system, there was even no employees who would take care of cybersecurity. Now I have the entire team that is working in the issues related to cybersecurity, and they work to make this gas transmission as efficient and as safe as possible. That's one of our greatest challenges as well. The constant and also non-disrupted transmission of gas and energy. Thank you very much. Szymon Moś, I would like to hear your opinion. I would like to repeat what has already been said, even though I share and I agree with what my predecessors said. So autonomy and independence, self-sufficiency, we are really so close to the terminal. Maybe some of you know, I have the great honor to cooperate with the management board with Wojciech Kowalski, who's actually here in the first row. Forgive me for mentioning you so bluntly, but definitely self-sufficiency and energy's independence and energy self-sufficiency, and also diversification in all places possible, in all possible areas, and the investment in our autonomy and our independence, investments in the widely understood diversification should drive our national economy, should build resilience, should buy this national element, and should also help us gain competence and knowledge when it comes to natural gas. Also considering natural gas, I would say biomethane. It's difficult for me to discuss biomethane because all the actions that are undertaken by us, well, we're working towards this goal. Also, all the legal regulations. We are witnessing the whole taxonomy. We can see what's going on. So we have a lot to do. But I believe those three goals are crucial for the energy sector. So autonomy, diversification, and building national resilience by investments into the energy sector. Thank you very much. And Tomasz Szubiel, I would like to hear your remarks on the matter. Yes, let me start by mentioning President Kowalski. I feel a little bit like in the office of President Kowalski when we are wondering how to build the LNG terminal in Świnoujście. I was lucky, but I would like to boast, and I wouldn't like to complain either, but I was lucky to participate in constructing the LNG terminal and the extending construction of the LNG terminal and the construction of Baltic pipe and all the projects so important for the Polish energy sector. Efficiency and effectiveness, that's crucial for me because it's good to discuss strategic projects, but I believe that strategic projects create many difficulties. And every time me and President Kowalski and President Paweł, I was talking to him about how to create Baltic pipe. We tried to create the zero tolerance for impossible solutions policy. So anything should be possible. That's our policy. That's what we believe in. In 2009, I had the opportunity to present the project of the LNG for the construction of the LNG terminal in Świnoujście as the hub in the Baltic Sea. I remember that I wasn't really understood, but I was still determined to prove all my naysayers wrong. I wanted to prove that we can actually carry out different projects, that we can implement different difficult projects, challenging projects. And I still want to prove that we can do it. Thank you very much, Paweł Stańczak, the head of the European representatives of OKTSU. Well, that's actually the Ukrainian operator. It's such as gas system, but in Ukraine. And our main challenge is never stop breathing, is never to stop breathing despite the difficult conditions we have to work in. And that means that many people are risking their lives to be able to maintain their relations with the rest of the world, between the Ukraine and the rest of the world, and to maintain the economic reality from the times before the war. This is a very difficult challenge. When it comes to the second challenge, another challenge, I have to agree with President Morsch. We need to open ourselves to the new media. I mean, hydrogen, biomethane, I guess, synthetic gas. Those are the solutions that we need to be open to because they diversify our energy supplies and they constitute an extra source that may help fuel the energy sector. Even though there are some transportation problems and some roads may be ruined, I would like to still say that we need to keep going. Thank you very much. I would like to ask Łukasz Sterczewski to comment on the topic.
We've gathered here to talk about security, and security, well, it's difficult to interpret it as a kind of a shield or that the arms, that it's just like a never-ending muscle or bodybuilding training, and to gain the resilience where you are not so much afraid of the crisis. Looking at what's going on, has been going on in Ukraine for several years. In fact, it didn't start in 2021, but much earlier, but also what's going on in the Near East. We can see that from one crisis we simply go over to the next one. What we got used to some kind of quiet and peace in geopolitics, it's probably time to get rid of it. It's never changed. It has always affected the market. To talk about the Baltic as the gate or gates to security, it's not only Świnoujście and how Świnoujście supplies gas, but also Gdańsk supplying oil and the entire shore where the wind farms are built. And not by chance, the nuclear power plant will be situated close to the sea. This is all that provides security to our region, especially taking into consideration the present events or occurrences. Well, sticking to the security, I would like to ask Mr. Wojnarowski about the security of the critical infrastructure. This is what the government works on and also the other bodies. I would like to ask about your opinion about the cybersecurity, about what has been done and about things that need to be done to safeguard the critical infrastructure. Thank you. Well, I mentioned to be independent from Russia and Russian natural resources. We cannot forget the threats from cyber. As far as the energy infrastructure is concerned, investing in a new network. This is what we've been doing. This is what we've been doing. That means the companies that are part of the Ministry of Energy and also the bodies that are to some extent controlled by the government and the representative of the government, and working together with the chairman of other companies. This is a kind of connected levels, or connected vessels, in fact. This is monitoring of infrastructure, capacity of response. It all needs the cooperation between companies, international foreign partners. I think the context of Middle and European, Eastern Europe and Ukraine is very important. So if we are talking about security today and becoming independent from Russian resources, this cyber component and hybrid attacks must be taken into consideration. We are under the threat and we are targets of such attacks every day. If you view the NASK statistics, then you will get the clear picture of how many attacks are carried out on our infrastructure. So investing and control area, control space in this respect is something that is a great challenge we will be facing in the nearest decades as far as the energy transformation is concerned. The perspective of gas system in Poland, if we don't mind, especially regarding critical infrastructure, where we are, what needs to be done. We talked about cyber security. We know how important it is, but what can we do about the security of traditional infrastructure? Well, it's not easy to respond. Security, in fact, to some extent, each infrastructure has to be duplicated by the other. We protect infrastructure. We are not the subject to be able to defend, to protect under kinetic attacks. We have to be prepared to react in case of other scenarios where certain parts of infrastructure will be simply turned off. Świnoujście regasifies 8.3 billion cubic meters. It's 80 tankers per year. Such a duplicated terminal will be the terminal in Gdańsk to regasify 60 vessels. And open season will be probably successful. And if this open season project is concerned, we would then take the decision for the construction of another LNG terminal for 40 tankers. So 180 tankers per year. We would reach 200 tankers a year. This is the best way to provide security. If something happens to one infrastructure, we have an alternative infrastructure to regasify LNG and supply the system. Baltic pipe from Norway through Denmark, up to 10 billion cubic meters of gas. We can provide the gas from Gasco and the German gas system, and use depots in Malmö and Dasov, where the gas could be redirected, and we can get over 10 million cubic meters of gas. So probably we would be able to regasify almost 20 million cubic gas, 10 in Baltic plus 10 in the from German direction, which would currently supply the gas from Norway. So those systems will be duplicated and provide security in different architecture, supply us with about 40 million cubic meters of gas. If we add other connections from Slovakia and Lithuania, then we get additional 7-8 million cubic gas. So physical security is best provided by diversification and different directions of supply, different technologies, whether liquid gas or regasified. It shows that security is secured best. And then we also produce some gas from Polish mines. We mine about 4 billion cubic meters of gas. So if you take all the billions from other sources, it makes us secure enough as far as the household are concerned in the business. And in case of threats and conflicts in the neighboring countries, we remember the difficult winter. There was bad weather conditions. To meet the requirements of Poland's industry and households. So we supplied over 30 or 40% of gas more than the highest supply rates. And we could also provide 1 billion cubic meters of gas to Lithuania and Ukraine. We were able to export 1 billion cubic meters of gas to Ukraine and Lithuania in 1 quarter of the year. It shows how redundant the system is and how safely configured it is and how much work had been done. The investment started many years ago. And they were carried out, and the gas industry and gas systems had been covered by very wise decisions. Mr. Subcheski from Orlen. I will start from a very personal perspective. Many years ago, when I applied for a job and to a job in the trade office, now today we are working on trade and security. It has never changed. So the very first experience that I gained, one of the traders phoned me and asked whether we can change the supply chain from Azerbaijan because the Russians were bombing the pipe near Baku. It's been recurring all the time. And so working on the portfolio of contracts and a portfolio of suppliers to decide on the strategical partnership which would give you the reliability of supplier and the cohesion of interests which would lead to signing the document which then turns to a contract. Every year that started when we imported 100% of oil from Russia, then we started fighting problems between tensions between Belarus and Russia with tariffs. So the natural material, like for instance oil, which is so close to me, it is so the same situation with gas. As far as oil is concerned, the situation is not too bad. For the 2 months we had been facing the oil conflict, but there are more than 20 tankers arriving at Gdańsk. So we import about 20-30 tankers with oil for Poland, Lithuania, and Czechia. And then Chairman Hins mentioned gas. We have more natural entries with gas. So Poland is not only LNG terminal, it's a Baltic pipe, and also our mining capacities on Norwegian shelf. So diversification of gas is better. It's one of the elements to make us work more actively on a project called Eagle Hub. but it also shows how much work we have done with Naftogaz with regards to supplying Ukraine with gas, in a situation where Qatar would probably be dropped off the global picture. So it's one of the elements, very well designed contract structure. It ends where we cannot buy better. But to work on a security and energy security, we have to reach a situation where the deficit sources could be replenished with other ways and other solutions. So Baltic Power, the first wind farms that would rotate, and we would then enter another area. We would lay thousands of kilometers of cables on the Baltic bed, and Nord Stream shows who is running the game. The security and the cyber security is very crucial. We are exposed to new sources of hazards and risks, quite different from the ones that we had to face many years ago. So the world accelerated. Thank you very much. Let me go over to Ukraine and let me ask a question about integration, or the market integration, and adjustment of Ukrainian system with the European power system. The future that is, let's say, open or deblocked. How about integrating the Ukrainian market with the European market? Let me start with saying that Ukraine has always been integrated, but the gas was sent in the other direction. We want to make it reverse. This is the perspective, and together with gas system, we are working on enhancing the capacity, on increasing the capacity. Another element of security. Well, we understand security as when, as we are short of gas, you need to find another source. But there are situations where with Poland we can create a hub where we would use the transfer capacity, Poland's and Ukraine's, and also quite large volume of, or capacity of storing gas for price peaks. So the gas stored somewhere at a megawatt hour in the Ukrainian stores is rather low. So this could be like the national banks. Okay. Dobra.
And this security is something we need to start working on, because such mechanisms are not created quickly and at once. They could be considered, but in such a respect as in this transitional period, European companies use the gas to create security for the EU, to be able to allocate funds outside of the EU, such as, for example, in countries that, via Energy Committee Secretariat in Vienna, are in cooperation with the Ukraine. That's the treaty for the countries that have energy system around the EU. Naturally, they are naturally linked. Okay. Please allow me to come back to President Mosh and to biomethane, because you said how promising of a perspective it is. Maybe you could expand on that a little bit more. And what kind of role can biomethane, what kind of part can it play in the development of Poland and its energy sector? Oh, the biomethane can be a gas fuel, because from our perspective as a distributor, or biomethane, that's the same gas as the so-called traditional gas. There is no difference when it comes to the source from which the biomethane comes. And it also has one benefit. The production is very dispersed. And this dispersion greatly affects security. It increases security because it makes it more difficult to control this biomethane. And our power plants are ready for biomethane. Last year in Strzelin, we took the first, the so-called shot of biomethane. And what can be done, biomethane is just like other forms of fuel. You need two to tango, as the song goes. So you need the producer, the manufacturer, and also the customer, so investor and the customer. And we've done everything in our power to make it easy for investors and manufacturers to do their job, do their task in this process. And even when discussing potential investors, biomethane power plants are going to be open, are going to start their work this year. We need to be aware of what areas of our network, of our grid are ready for what kind of volume of the biomethane. So there are multiple other opportunities to develop, to use the potential of our grids. And the potential is being enhanced all the time. Also, when the representatives of Orlen were talking, I almost started talking myself, because we are also member of Orlen to an extent. And when we consider our role and the distribution system operator, our role is very clearly described. So each cubic meter pumped to our grid, that's the element that creates our resilience and our security of the energy sector. Obviously, there are some difficulties and that hamper our work. There was the veto that would actually make our work a lot faster and easier. There were some attempts to reduce biomethane as a decarbonized gas from the grid. We try to counteract that and combat that. So there is a room for improvement, and there is a lot still to be done. But still, on behalf of me and my team, I would like to say that our work definitely accelerated the development of this market. We know that this is the beginning of this development, but I'm sure it will lead to good, positive results. Thank you very much. Now I would like to address Mr. Szubiela. I would like to ask you about the issues related to constructing atomic power plants. What are the challenges related to constructing atomic power plants and atomic power infrastructure? What are the greatest challenges? Do we know actually how long will this process take? Security in the Polish language is a word that is very inclusive. We can talk about legal security, we can talk about security of infrastructure, we can talk about the security of the process. That means that when we carry out projects as ambitious as this one, we need to be aware of all of those threats. And based on my own experience, I'm going to say that such threats that change history, change the course of history, they are a fact. So we definitely need to have a range of options to use from, to be used in times of the emergency and in times of war, in difficult times. And it's actually very easy to create a situation in which we feel so secure that nothing else can be done to improve the situation, and that's not true. It can always be improved. The situation can always be better. So in each of those areas of security, we as the project owners, we try to ensure the highest standards so that the combined security is as high as possible, because it's not simply enough to tackle the everyday challenges. It's also necessary to have the skill that would help with dealing with the first-of-a-kind project. We need to be able to be a pioneer, a leader, and we know that pioneers very often may or fail, because they are pioneers, so they not necessarily always succeed. So we need to combat and counteract and solve all the difficulties, all the problems as soon as they appear. Very often I've witnessed what the hybrid attacks look like. At some point I realized that along with my team, we were just following multiple incidents, one after another, almost at the same time, which disrupts our effectiveness and efficiency. And that's exactly the point of those who are responsible for those attacks and incidents. So the understanding of the security cannot be at the individual level. The entire team needs to have the full understanding of the security. Sometimes these attacks that target our security are meant to distract us and to act as distractors. At some point, we were able to come up with some solutions. I believe that we should increase standards every day. That's the greatest response to such attacks that we have to tackle. Increasing standards every day. I keep repeating that all the time, that the projects need to be done in a transparent, clear, and effective way. Transparent, because there are many decision makers and stakeholders. Transparency means that each of those stakeholders needs to receive all the necessary information that are required to make their work as effective as possible. If stakeholders can do their job and do their task, then we receive efficiency and effectiveness. And this effectiveness is a result of very tight and close cooperation with bodies that protect investments. Paweł Kowal also mentioned that we should not hesitate to remove those who represent the enemy and the attitude of the enemy. And management is as a great area, as a great discipline and field in which you can find a way to solve almost anything. I use the so-called balloon analysis because in the balloon there's weight, there is air, there is costs. If someone constitutes weight or adds some weight to the balloon, that means that the presence of such individuals is not random. They are acting on purpose. So we need to draw conclusions as soon as possible. We shouldn't be afraid of the issues of security. This is how I understand security, and this is how I understand the guidelines to any kind of infrastructure related to security. And I'm saying it to make you aware of this challenge. It's actually a lot greater than what we've done before. The scale of this enterprise is related to many more incidents of security and disruptions of security. So we try to implement the best practices from our previous projects. At the same time, we try to predict the possible obstacles and adjust our means and our actions to it, because what we are doing today may not be enough next week. Obviously, common sense. We should use common sense every time, but also creating. I believe in networking. I believe in networking of people with good intentions and goodwill. So we should search for supporters in such projects. Thank you very much. I would like to come back to one issue started by Mr. Hinz. If I could ask you to maybe summarize very quickly the good practices in the area of the energy. What is done well and what is not done well? What should change when it comes to the Polish attitude in this respect? Our organization is working 24 hours, 24/7, basically. So we are present all the time in cyberspace. We are monitoring what's going on. And we obviously cannot discuss all the things that we do, but also we can discuss what's happening in darknet as well. We have opportunities to counteract and to combat certain actions. Sometimes these actions are not available to individuals. They are only available to organizations at the high level. And along with Szymon Łoś, we support each other, and we try to assume that prevention matters much more than mitigation of effects of the harm that has been done. So it's better to prevent, it's better to control, than later on mitigate the effects of the harm. What is also important when it comes to cyberspace is also that our cooperation is not only between companies and entities. We are also cooperating with the army. We're working with the cyberspace institutions, cyberspace agencies. We support one another. Even though we cannot be fully sure that we control everything, but this tightness and application of solutions that we use helps us to be one step ahead of the enemy. But obviously we can never be certain, and we can never say for sure. Still, my opinion is that it's best to prevent rather than mitigate. Thank you very much. We are about to finish, but if there are any questions, please feel free to ask them.
Well, of course, it's time for questions. If anybody from the audience would like to ask questions to the speakers. If not, then I will take advantage. We have Mr. Wojnarowski with us. Maybe I just ask the last question. I would like to ask about Ukraine and how the cooperation in the power industry may look like in the near future. Is it an important issue with regard to the work of the ministry? Well, Ukraine has got a huge capacity. If you take into consideration all sources of energy, all available sources of energy, the Ukrainian capacity is large. I think it's worth mentioning that, well, as far as the cyber threats are concerned, and this area of energy security, this is a part of the military security, and it should be considered this way. I think Ukraine, as the future member of the EU and NATO, this should be perceived this way, in the social, economic, and military dimensions. And I would like to note that the dispersed power energy production is concerned. The dispersed or scattered mean is they are not that prone to attacks as the centralized one. About 60% of infrastructure in Ukraine was attacked and was damaged in Russian attacks. So investment in the dispersed energy industry is concerned, looking at it from the perspective of the current power supply and experience of our neighbors from Portugal and Spain, where you remember the blackout in Spain. 1 day of blackout would cost Poland's economy 40 billion Polish zloty. So how important it is, how crucial it is, and how investment is concerned, how investments in stores, networks, transfer of biomethane, renewable gases, renewable source of energy in the rural areas. So together and jointly, we will have a lot to do in the economic and energy dimensions. This is the end of our debate. I would like to thank the panelists. We would continue today and tomorrow. So thank you for your participation, for your contribution. I would like to thank the moderator, of course, the panelists, or kindly ask to take position on the stage for the photo. And it's
Dymitr Nataucha. Thank you very much. Could we start? That's the question to the organizers. Yes, I can see the minister with us. You know the name of the panel? Investing in the sector of energy in Ukraine. Recovery or transformation. Needs, risks, Ukraine facility and other instruments of support. That's the topic of our panel. The terms such as recovery and transformation kept appearing from the very morning, but it's worth noticing to see the important difference between these two terms. So the first term, recovery, describes something that is supposed to happen in the next 5 or 10 years in Ukraine. And when we talk about transformation, that's a process planned for at least 30 years. Strategic energy strategy of the Ukraine is specified till 2050, you could say. So that's the basic difference between the two terms. Other difference concerns the budget, because there are enormous differences in the budget for both tasks. According to the most updated sources that I was able to access, when it comes to recovery, we are talking about more or less, according to current estimates, we talk about $50 to $70 billion. So that's supposed to be spent for the recovery. And it's not related to the incurred losses, but rather it's for the purposes of recovery. But when we are talking about transformation, then the strategy till 2050, one of the goals that is described as neutrality when it comes to the emission in Ukraine, the amount that we can talk about is $380 billion. So that's an enormous difference in amounts. And the difference is also divided in time, because recovery is related to what's required at the moment to rebuild what has been lost. And then during the recovery, we can move on to the transformation process, to the transition process. So that transition is a long-term process. When we rebuild something, we typically rebuild something that used to exist before. That's not the target model. We just rebuild something that has existed before. So it may happen that we will carry out certain investments because we are going to need them. And at the moment, we may need some sources of energy or sources of heat. But then it may actually turn out that we will have to need close certain sources, even though they have not fulfilled or completed the long return period. And a certain risk comes up. That's the so-called lost costs. And I have a question to Minister Anatoliy Kutsevol. Is the energy recovery in the Ukraine, is it supposed to restore the previous power, the previous energy potential, or it's supposed to create a totally new model, even if it requires additional import. So that's the question, and it's actually related to another question. Where is the line between the recovery, rebuilding the critical infrastructure, and at what point we move on to the mix of the sources of energy used, and when we focus on concentration stages? That's the question, how to define those borders, how to define those clear-cut boundaries. Is it possible to define those clear-cut boundaries, or there are none?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
In English or in Ukrainian?
Okay, I will do it in English, so
Okay,
it would
fine.
be better, faster for everyone. First of all, thank you so much for your questions, and it's a reasonable question, and unfortunately, in current reality,
Yes?
okay, just a second. I have at the same time translation here. First of all, I would like to explain that we count the energy generation volume from the beginning of independence of Ukraine since 1990s, which was roughly more than 54 gigawatts of generation. And this is the volume of economy which we had before 2014, and then since two invasions, we lost quite a big volume of generation. Our generation was mainly based on a few pillars. One is nuclear, second one was coal, and the third one is a mix of both renewables, gas, blue energy, and other type of generation facilities. In current realities, we've been probably put in after 4 years of hard attacks over the energy system. We've been through the difficult period, and we have right now an energy generation level about 11 gigawatts, and this is mainly about nuclear. And definitely, when you're revising your overall strategy of a country, you think what should be done then. Or you should recover the existing generation facilities, or you should build back better. Definitely, the approach is to build back better, and the most important is to understand what should be this way of rebuilding back better. First of all, is you need to understand what is a reliable source of your generation. In current circumstances, the most reliable source is nuclear one. Our overall strategy and idea is to come back to the fact that we will be enlarging the number of nuclear facilities, and by not only constructing new ones, but also the most important is to see new technologies, so-called small modular reactors in future. Second one is you have coal generation. We had around 27 gigawatts of coal generation, which we almost lost. And you need to be quite creative in getting this generation back. But it's also the issue, whereas the technology should be the same, or you should still use coal. And this is out joking, like a joke saying, would like to say that it's about probably a just transition when you have a coal phase out and you need to have a new technology installed. So probably the best way to build better is to install gas and then also some nuclear facilities if those would be agreed. Third one is definitely renewables. Renewables, and to enlarge the number of renewables, starting with the wind, solar, and hydropower plants. This is the key answer to it. The key question is you had 55 gigawatts, almost 55 gigawatts of generation. How are you going to do it in what time frame? It would take a lot of time, but you also need to be quite accurate in what you would be doing. Before taking new type of equipment and creating new facilities, you need to also pay attention to security. And this is a new way of of perceiving the situations that before you would install something, you need to protect your system. And here we are right now working, and unfortunately, after 4 years of permanent attacks over the energy facilities and grids, we are investing our time in protection of the facilities. Newly protected facilities, a new type of generations. This is a combination of a future economy in the energy area. So my answer to your question would be, it's not that easy to get back with the generation. It's not that easy if you want to protect your territory and you understand that your enemy would be still there across the border.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Ja w tej chwili przejdę do...
And then I will move on, switch to English, because the question is a little bit a continuation or extension of what you've said. The question is, does Ukraine have chances to skip certain stage of transition, energy transition that lasted 20 to 30 years in Europe, or maybe will the costs or problems appear in Ukraine, problems that will appear in institutions, in the society in general, that will make it impossible to implement those changes? And an extra question, does financing the recovery and transition, aren't those two goals mutually exclusive? You have partially replied, but still I will ask the question.
Issue that needs to be addressed holistically, taking into account also the economic, social, institutional, and political dimensions. When we are asking whether Ukraine can leapfrog the 20 to 30-year transformation path that the EU countries themselves went through, we are really asking a deeper question, and the question is whether reconstruction, building back better, the EU integration process, and the green transition can really be compressed into a single decade without overwhelming society and institutions, because that is arguably one of the most crucial aspects of transformation as a whole. Let me start with scaling this issue and see, kind of based on the data, what already can be framed as realistic in terms of this approach. So just like you've mentioned before, regarding the latest data about how much Ukraine's reconstruction is going to cost, it is indeed, the numbers are tremendous, and according to the rapid damage and needs assessment that we have, that was published in the beginning of 2026 for the time period of the year 2025, we see that specifically in the energy area, the damages that have been done to that area of economics, they constitute around 13% of the total damage that was brought to Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And the total cost of reconstruction, you've also mentioned this before, but I would just like to highlight that this is indeed a tremendous number, is around $588 billion, which is nearly 3 times of Ukraine's nominal GDP as of 2025. And these numbers are really what's going to define the ability and the kind of fiscal and institutional constraints that Ukraine is going to face when it comes to reconstruction within at least the next 10 years. However, against this quite sad backdrop, we can see that leapfrogging argument gains real logic. First of all, we've already spoken about it and we've brought it up that Ukraine largely lost its legacy capital stock. So we're talking about the facilities, the energy facilities that unfortunately cannot be brought back anymore. It is indeed very tragic, but it gives an opportunity to think about rebuilding and how it will inevitably involve new investment and not just marginal upgrades, because specifically in sectors like energy, reconstruction and rebuilding will require innovation, because otherwise it will not withstand the test of European standards, and I think it's very important to understand that. This is why reconstruction, as it has already been mentioned by Mr. Deputy Minister, is based largely on the Build Back Better approach and green recovery, rather than just simply replacing the same kind of institutions and energy facilities that Ukraine had before. And indeed, this logic, this leapfrogging possibility logic, is very clear in the energy sector because as of the end of 2025, over 40% of Ukraine's generational capacity has been damaged or destroyed. And reconstruction is already happening under EU-oriented climate and market rules because, again, it's been mentioned before that renewables are going to be a significant part of this reconstruction along with nuclear capacities. A basic example, we see that Ukraine is taking a more devoted approach indeed to transition to renewables. For example, in the year 2025 alone, Ukraine has installed around 324 megawatts of new wind energy capacity, which is really important. We see that it's a good, reliable move forward in this situation. However, we also have to be realistic regarding what we expect out of this process, and we must understand that there are limits to how much technology and technological advancement can go against institutional development and also legislation development. Because it is going to be crucial that Ukraine adapts its legislation as it has already been doing to the EU kind of benchmark. And it's been going largely successful for Ukraine, but it's not about just passing the legislation, it's also about enforcing it across all levels really of public governance. So it's not only about the ministerial level, the ministries, but it also comes down to all the way down the ladder to local hromadas. And this brings another issue because the administrative capacity in Ukraine is largely strained due to the losses and under the wartime conditions that makes it even worse, arguably. Moving on, what this brings as in terms of implications to the social dimension, if we consider this leapfrogging approach, if we really commit to that, that would mean that this leapfrogging is never really distribution neutral. This kind of rapid strive for green transition will imply that there are going to be short-term costs that are going to be carried out by the public, unfortunately. So the higher energy prices, restructuring of these like carbon-intensive industries, labor displacement, et cetera, and this way, compressing and cramming these reforms in such a short time period will definitely risk social resistance in short term. It's going to probably bring to reform fatigue, even though in the long term, these benefits are, as we've seen in retrospect, for example, the transformation, Polish economic transformation in the 90s, in retrospect, the long-term results are definitely going to be beneficial. And also my last point, this brings me to the question of financing, just like you asked, can Ukraine realistically finance this transition and reconstruction as long as the net zero transition along with rebuilding? In principle, yes, specifically with the help of our international partners, but also not on market terms alone. Here, I would like to point to the growing interest in the usage of climate finance, for example, carbon markets, the EU emission trading system, and alignment to channel private capital, which is going to be largely a deciding force, in my opinion, in Ukraine's recovery.
Okay, thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
I think both speeches that were now heard by us, I think it just goes in line with the Chinese expression saying that a crisis on one hand is the source of policy, on the other hand it's a chance of opportunities. A question to Mr. Wojnarowski. Do local banks see their role in financing and reconstruction? Do they see it as the recovery of assets or creation of a new energy model? What is the practice? The question is which segments of energy, in terms of the bank attitude, are the most bankable from the perspective of the Ukrainian bank, which could be more difficult to finance and why? It depends on how we define the term of creation. The bank has got to remain a demanding grants loans. This is the basic activity of the bank, and in that way, the bank supports the economy. By rule, the bank would follow the market to some extent, may shape it, create it, depending on a certain specific date. I don't know the bank that would be able to impose its own bank for the energy system. Maybe there are countries. Can you deny granting loans? Well, I have to take into consideration the interests of depositories who put money into the bank. The bank is not a charity. It's not like that. It's the institution of its very specific role. It receives money from individuals and companies and converts the money into credits and loans, as far as amounts are concerned. Since the very beginning of the full-scale law, from 2021 until the end of April this year, the banking involvement was about 41 billion hryvnias. So this is about 3.5 billion Polish zloty. It's not very much taking into consideration the reality of Polish market, but this is a very difficult and very extraordinary time, which does not allow for large-scale crediting. You asked what is bankable. But what is bankable is the solar and energy for own purposes. So just I would add, well, if you're talking about financing, I don't know if we have we are not talking about the investment or credit or revolving credit. Well, generally, we talk about investment. So the amounts mentioned are just investment. But of course, the revolving credit is a part of the banking network system. We talk about certain subjects that need such a credit for their everyday operations. As far as the investment credit is concerned, well, so generally we talk about dispersed solar energy. The current situation, in fact, dictates this kind of threats, puts us into such a situation. We have to take into consideration all the damages. If it's dispersed, if this installation, the system is dispersed, it's easier to survive the attacks. We have to remember, take into consideration the systems of storing the energy. We are talking about batteries and other forms of storing energy. And the third issue is the issue that is, of course, seen and noticed by, we have a large bodies, especially in the farming industry, the renewable energy for alternative sources for farming production. And on the other hand, it's not just providing the energy needs, but also additional systems that either support the activity or the generation for own purposes. As an example, let me say about something like that. I visited one of our customers who has been considering its own dependence on the system. He built his own, let's say, solar farm, which is not very large, but it's connected with his own factory, and he wants to be independent from the system. Having his own alternative system, he provides the continuing manufacturing, producing of his own articles, products. And the market is now a market which is dispersed, and it's the one looking for sources of financing, understood as the energy that is purchased is the protection or safeguard, a kind of safeguard for the company, as far as its own energy needs are supplied, as provided or considered. A deputy of Mr. Kwieciński, I don't know the name. Jan Rygiel is my name. Oh, it's your turn. From Kuke, the acceptable contract in Ukraine, are these criteria used for other countries of high risks?
Example of Deputy Minister and follow in English so that I don't hear the translation simultaneously when I'm chatting with you guys. Well, good afternoon once again. Apologies I cannot be in person in Świnoujście, but I was brought back to Astana to actually meet with other ECAs, our counterparts from different countries, among others, to discuss issues related to providing insurance in Ukraine, where KUK actually is a very strong player, and actually other ECAs can learn from our experiences, and we're happy to share them with them. Also to encourage them to give a little bit of leap of faith into providing insurance in Ukraine. And when you ask about the projects in Ukraine, with energy projects in particular, and something maybe that has been mentioned already before, but to understand the capacity for investment projects, is also important to understand that the business starts quite often with the trade. And with us as KUK, I think it's a good sign that we've been ensuring trade from the beginning of the war. We're the first ECA to start providing trade insurance in Ukraine. And we've covered more than 3 billion euros so far. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because from our perspective, at least on the short term, Ukraine is business as usual. So from that perspective, it kind of also resonates in how we approach the MOT, so medium and long-term projects, and also investment projects in Ukraine. The short-term performance portfolio has been performing extremely well. But when we're thinking about the investment projects and the rules that we are looking at and the criteria we're looking at from the perspective of such projects, they do not in fact differ that much when comparing to other jurisdictions, whether it's going to be another high-risk countries. What we actually need is to understand the project, whether the project, of course, is bankable from the financial perspective, but to also understand all different risks that are associated to the project, which is kind of a normal modus operandi that we do when we approach an energy project in any country, also in Poland. So first of all, we want to understand all the risks of the project and to see whether the project is purely bankable from the financial perspective. Also to understand where the actual risk from the financial perspective is, because we can naturally talk corporate finance or project finance risk. So this would be, I would say, a typical modus operandi that we have in other countries. So that's point number one. Point number two, I think it's understandable that Ukraine, like from the risk assessment perspective, Ukraine is rated as country risk 7, which naturally determines the price of insurance in Ukraine, which in fact is comparable to other, for example, African markets, where we actually are pricing the risk, the political risk associated to the country. And from the perspective of an ECA, political risk includes also war risk. So it's very important to understand that KUK and potentially other players, not so actively as us, but also other players, when they provide insurance via their products, it usually means that they're providing the commercial risk, coverage to commercial risk, but more importantly, also 100%, up to 100% insurance to war risk. So what we do, we assess it from the pure perspective of the OECD rating. And the actual fact that the war risk has materialized does not discourage us. Actually, we are actively chasing projects also within the energy sector. The fact is, and something that's been already mentioned also by Joanna, for example, before, that KUK, in fact, is a pure cover provider. So in order to be able to insure a project, we actually need a financing institution. And that's, I think, very important part here. Also, the banks and also other players have to play in this game to make sure that we also bring in the capital, because KUKE can provide up to 100% risk cover, and let's say up to 95% insurance on the commercial risks, but the banks will need to be there because we only operate within the commercial part of the financing of projects. So yes, in general, I would say, long story short, we don't have very much different criteria. We can insure projects. We want to understand the risks of the projects, but we also need the financing party to go hand in hand with us in order to provide insurance to such projects.
Dziękuję bardzo. W tym kontekście ciekawe jest, przepraszam, bo sam się...
In this context, it's important what we have heard at the webinar in March. Sorry, it was on the 15th of April, in fact. It was the seminar organized by the Polish and Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. There is a chance, a possibility to implement certain provisions to stop the enforcement facilities and something that we call bumping, that is war losses. This I would come back to Mr. Jabłoński, who is representing the businesses that are to invest. Such provisions in the contract would be very beneficial. This does not change our opinion, saying that the projects motivated by market there is a risk of other risks. We are not talking about the war. We are also talking about the process that would continue after the war has ended. As you work with Polish businesses, yes, it's better because I could also hear myself and my earphones. So the question is, can you see today in Polish Polish business any interest, or are the Polish businesses interested in their presence in Ukraine? Because in most cases, at least what we face as the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, so this is the interest in provision of products and services. Not, we are still far away from this phase of natural sequence. So, as Mr. Kowal said, trade and licensing technologies and then investments. Are there any first, well, as we call it, birds or signs of the investment, Polish investments in Ukraine, and what can Polish companies offer, taking into consideration recovery?
Thank you very much for the question and for the opportunity to meet you here. I would like to extend this process because today we are discussing the modernization and the recovery of the energy sector. I would extend it a little bit, and I would add the sectors related to the energy sector, so construction, transportation, IT, everything that is necessary for the modernization of the energy sector, because without that we wouldn't be able to basically rebuild the energy sector. Polish enterprises and companies are really experienced in terms of energy modernization, because during the last 30 years we have been modernizing our economy to adapt it to the EU standards. When it comes to housing standards regarding the energy system, the grid, First, we had to adapt the EU standards, and then we had to maintain the same level. So those are the challenges that Ukraine is going to face very soon. So some of our experience can be successfully used in the Ukraine. Some of the Polish enterprises are really willing to go abroad and expand. Last year, I participated in a conference devoted to Polish investments in Germany. There are multiple projects. We are talking about investments, not just exporting to Germany, not just exports. And I hope that also investments in Ukraine will be next. When it comes to the Polish sector, yeah, it's true that some companies are really active, mostly in sales and supplies, but I believe that in the future it will be also construction and the installment. And now what we all should be doing in terms of funding and local administration is preparing projects related to the energy sector, working out those projects, so that after the conflict ends, it will be easy to quickly implement those projects. And Polish enterprises are greatly experienced also in this respect. So this whole, you could say, chain of our experience can go directly to Ukraine. So when it comes to the supplies of supply chain and then implementing the projects. You're asking about Polish investments in Ukraine. Well, we were talking about Polish insurance company PZU in Ukraine and how it took over the Ukrainian market. Well, it's possible, it's definitely possible, but we are talking about the material that is a little bit more dispersed, non-material. It's also a service, but it was a little bit more difficult to destroy this type of service. But still, those services were attacked a few times. So maybe nowadays it's difficult to find a Polish entrepreneur who, despite the instruments given by Export Credit Insuring Agency, KUKE, who would be willing to employ all these instruments, but we work in the Polish company EUWIP. We're working on taking over some entities in Ukraine. So those projects are not impossible, they're difficult right now. So we need to use that time for drawing up projects and for creating instruments that will allow us to implement those projects. Banks are ready. We have funds for financing those projects, and the funds are transferred via guarantees given to banks so that they can give loans or directly invest in those processes. The Foreign Expansion Fund also has got Polish companies and foreign projects, so I think that the capital is available at the international level, and without those very largely capital-consuming entities, it would be difficult to achieve that. What can be given to the Ukrainian energy sector by Polish enterprises? I believe the whole design, also funding, could also be joined. Two in one package. Thank you very much. Question to Dmitry Nataucha. We didn't have a chance to speak earlier, so some of those questions may surprise you, but I believe that those questions are still related to the area of expertise and they are related to the fund that you're representing. According to my knowledge, the Ukrainian energy sector has been privatized to such an extent that it's almost private. It was private before the war broke out, but it's already private. No, it was not. Okay, private. I can see that it's not true. Let's extend this question in this nationalization process will we focus on producing energy, but also will we include the companies that are related to the whole environment that surrounds the energy sector? So, for example, companies that could offer producing installations that can offer the network and grid services. I'm talking about constructing the grid. Do you see certain opportunities that could be available to the Polish investors and Polish companies? It's a great pleasure for me to be here.
Ukraine, in very short terms, offers for privatization companies that generate energy. Thermal energy, electric energy. We do have those assets.
Mówimy o district heating, this type of,
Yes, yes.
tego typu instalacje.
We're talking about district heating, cycled, those kind of installations.
This is, in fact, one of the ideas I came here with, because in the fund that I chair, there are a number of assets that we are preparing for privatization, and one of it might be an interesting partner for Polish companies or for the Polish state to launch actually a process of transformation that we are discussing in this panel. Now, it's not my first time in Świnoujście. I was here 2 or 3 days ago, 3 years ago, and this is a place where ideas can transform into projects. So last time we discussed a Polish-Ukrainian logistical super project on the border of Poland and Ukraine, something like an airport in Basel, which is co-owned and cooperated by a number of countries. Now we're hearing already some intergovernmental discussions that might be announced in Gdańsk on very specific projects. So again, this is the right place to discuss such ideas, and I wanted to come forward with one of them. To my left, there is a banner of a company called Orlen. Orlen is a strategic partner of this event. It's a company also that is very well known in Ukraine. But do you know that Orlen, through Orlen, the Polish state is already investing in Ukraine even today and doing business in Ukraine? In 2025, Orlen delivered approximately 700 cubic meters of American LNG to Ukraine. Correct me if I'm wrong. For 2026, the plan is to exceed 1 billion. 4 commercial contracts in one single year, on market terms with no grants. So the Polish state, which holds 49% in a company, as a majority shareholder, decided that doing business in Ukraine during wartime is a risk, but is an acceptable risk. And it was right. So the question I'm trying to ask is not whether one can make business in Ukraine today, but can we move from one-off transactions to a more systemic integration? Now, in my fund, the fund that I chair, we have a number of companies that are in the energy sector, and energy is the topic today. We have, for instance, Kharkiv Energozbud, which has over 1.2 million of clients, with a revenue of $507 million in 2025, with 65% of its stake will be offered to privatization probably by the end of this year.
Is it already offered, or it will be offered?
It will be offered. It's in the list. We are preparing it for privatization, hopefully by the end of this year. Another company is Centrenergo. It's one of the country's largest power generating companies, so 18% of thermal generation, 18, and up to 9% of total electricity generation of the country. It has 2 thermal power plants that are currently being rebuilt, can be also a Krun and a Jal. But there is one asset that gets less attention, which is a company called the Energy Company of Ukraine, the EKU. It is a state-owned energy trader. 100% owned by the fund, by the SPFU. EKU ranks among the top 2 importers of electricity from the EU in Ukraine. It trades with Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania through the ENTSO-E system and through its auctions. The clients of EKU in Ukraine generate up to 10% of the GDP. So it's a significant company, a very interesting asset to have. Also being prepared for privatization. Now, why I'm telling you this is because it looks like Poland has a growing structural problem. A surplus of renewable generation that the system cannot absorb fast enough. In the first half of 2025, according to the news, the PSE curtailed approximately 600 gigawatts of solar and wind generation, and during the Easter week of last year, 2025, more than in all of 2023 combined. So it looks like it's not a one-off anomaly, it is more of a structural trend that probably will intensify year after year. Ukraine, on the other side, despite all the destruction, has remained synchronized with ENTSO-E since March 2022. And the EKU already participates in official auctions on the interconnection with Poland. So there is already a commercial link. Now we might think about building an institutional link, also a foundation. So what I'm trying to say is, why not begin a conversation about what we might call energy bridge? A strategic framework for structured Polish-Ukrainian partnership in electricity trade with the goal of gradual transition to full market coupling. This would be a proposal for EKU and the Polish partners, a PSE or a commercial trader, to open a structured dialogue on 3 things simultaneously. First, a long-term bilateral trading agreement with fixed volumes and planning horizons, which will give both sides predictability and reduce dependence on volatile auction outcomes. Second, joint lobbying to expand the Ukraine-Poland interconnector, which is the main problem right now. It's a Zamość-Dobrotwir crossing. It's currently technically limited and unidirectional. It means it goes only one way. By 2035, ENTSO-E plans to expand it by an additional 433 megawatts. So why don't we raise together the question of accelerating this project and including it in the EU's list of priority projects of common interest? This would unlock the EU funding and shorten the timelines. And finally, third, joining positioning before the European Commission on a gradual transition to market coupling through the UA-Poland interconnector. This will make it not a one-off contract, but a real integration of Ukraine into the European energy market before the formal EU accession. So in principle, this does not require critical legislative changes on both sides. It is a diplomatic and a commercial track that can begin with a memorandum between EKU and a Polish partner in the same format that Orlen and Naftogaz have already proven works for gas. So then Energy Bridge can become more than just a trading agreement, it becomes a precedent, the first structured bilateral mechanism between Ukraine and EU member state in the field of electricity. Here, EKU, which is a state-owned company that we hope might be privatized, at least in part, might play a very interesting role. So Orlen has already showed us a model for gas, while Energy Bridge might be a proposed model for electricity.
Znaczy, mam wrażenie, że jak gdyby ta cała propozycja, która...
The proposal that you've just given is very much limited by some kind of privatization or, let's say, infrastructure that would probably allow these changes to come. Do you agree? We don't have very much time, 13 minutes left, so let me ask some questions. I would come back to Mr. Minister. In your first speech, you had answered all the issues regarding my second question that I was about to ask. I would like to come back to this issue which appeared during the what Ukraine would mostly like to appear from Polish investors in the area of energy. Where can we help you most in, let's say, both beneficial interest? Well, I'm just talking about normal economic cooperation. Can you hear us? Do we have any problem with the connection? Okay, if we have the chance, we would try to connect later. Then the question to Ms. Olena Czupryńska. And does BGK, the present guarantee instruments, the new Ukraine facility, and other products that are offered by the bank and would be offered by the bank, solve the problems or reduce the problem of risk, or mitigate the risk for private business, while, let's say, transferring more risk onto the international organizations, and how long the system could survive.
With saying that if we look at how current guarantee and insurance instruments work in practice in Ukraine, I think becomes clear that they don't eliminate risk in the classical market sense. Rather, they provide an opportunity for the investments to be possible overall, but deliberately shifting this risk that otherwise the private businesses would carry onto a onto a public institution. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about buyer's credits, project finance, export-linked financing. The most critical risk, when it comes to the situation in Ukraine, is war risk. It's political risk and counterparty risk that follows out of that. They are, I would say, yes, they are ultimately carried out by the development banks, in my case, BGK, export credit agencies, and EU-level guarantee schemes, or also international financial institutions. Private capital, here it's very important to know that private capital participates, as we can see based on real-life examples, only once this public layer sort of risk-bearing is in place. This logic is visible, again, just like you mentioned, within the Ukraine investment framework, which is part of EU's Ukraine facility. Basically what it does is it mobilizes EU guarantees, grants, and other types of instruments like that to mobilize additional private investment capital for reconstruction, while also anchoring this investment in Ukraine's integration path towards the EU. So just to sum it up briefly, no, in the classical sense, to completely insure the risk that Ukraine is facing right now is impossible, but the public institutions are shifting this risk upon themselves to make sure that the investment process doesn't stop, because private capital is crucial for reconstruction, just like I mentioned before. Thank you.
Okay, dziękuję pani bardzo.
Thank you very much. The second question to Mr. Bogdowski. Well, the last questions would be the questions regarding the opportunities for improvement in the current reality. What would have to be changed to make financing energy sector a standard product for the banking? So what might happen? Well, this is a very critical area for reconstruction and recovery. Is there anything to be changed? I can start and then finish in an hour. So we don't have that much time. I would not speak for more than a minute. If not like a minute. There are many things to be done. I think one issue that we have to consider is to departing from financing by donor. So of this granting part, we have to think of market conditions. That's one thing. So the condition is to stop and to end the war conditions, the war situation. This should always be taken into consideration. The second one, in the situation, well, if we talk about war, we still have to think about the insurance. This is a great problem because insurance or insuring the energy against, or protecting the energy against the war would require the involvement of the financial institutions. And the third thing is quite obvious, is the issue of guarantee system. Guarantee systems. It's not only the insurance, but also guarantees. For a bank, what is important for a bank, it's also the safeguarding the resources that were given to the bank's hands. So the bank would always take into consideration the needs of financing, but also the safeguarding the capital that was put into the bank. So if the guarantee schemes like supporting by the bank would be extended by the international financing institutions, then the banks would be involved to the larger extent. Such an involvement would be more possible. Today, the bank must assess the risk and find out. Well, today it's very, very particularly considered and into the very many details. You have to take into consideration all the risks that may affect the decision. Well, I mentioned that the smaller projects are more demanded than the larger ones. This is quite logical. I didn't speak for more than an hour. Let me come back to a question to Mr. Minister. We had probably some technical problem. I would repeat the question. And first answer, you exhausted all the issues that I wanted to raise. And the second question, I would like to ask, what areas in the field of energy generation, take into consideration your context and knowledge, which areas are most interesting in solving through different forms of cooperation with Polish parties? Can you hear us? Probably we cannot hear the minister, and he cannot hear us either. Yes, we can hear you now.
First of all, the previous speakers on contributing to a lot of elements of our joint cooperation. I probably have few comments on my side. So first of all, I would like to add that in our common understanding, the overall strategy which we are moving to is decentralization. And decentralization is something what leads to quite a big number of partnerships which we see with our colleagues. First of all, I will start with Poland. So we see the need of the increasing the volume of possible interconnectors between us, both electricity and gas supplies, and in the future also would be oil possibility. Then we see also the need of exchanging experience in installation of technologies. This is what is on our agenda, having in mind the best practices which are in our neighboring countries. Then we also have the partnerships with our neighboring countries like Romania, where we see the need of increasing both interconnectors in electricity, but also to enhance the cooperation in vertical corridor. All these areas are contributing to both security and as well as the decentralized supply of electricity and as well as different type of fuels. Our overall strategy is that each region should be capable, especially bordering regions, capable to cover their own needs, as well as to contribute to other regions in future. What we expect in upcoming years to follow is definitely to follow the reform agenda and as well as to join the internal market, energy market, which will help us to give the possibility for our partner countries and their companies to be part of our joint market. In future, as I mentioned from very beginning, we see the need of enhancing cooperation in nuclear, then in gas, and then in renewables specifically in hydro and solar and wind generation. So I do believe that in this context, there will be plenty of opportunities in upcoming Ukraine Recovery Conference in Gdańsk for all businesses between Ukraine, Poland, and other Baltic countries and our friends from Central and Southern Europe to join us with prospective projects to be implemented in probably upcoming decades.
Dziękuję panu bardzo. Panie Wojciechu,
What would facilitate investing in energy generation in Ukraine? Let me answer from the perspective of investor. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a public or a private investor. Investors value security and predictability. If we remove the main risk, the risk of war, then you would then think whether the regulations and laws and the way of law enforcement is clear and transparent and shaped enough to make the large projects be implemented. So quite many discussions are being held, and predictability and stability of laws. Such talks were held 2 weeks ago on the Congress, which was held in Brussels. It was European Business Summit. So preparation of procedures. And what we can see as, well, we as a fund financing the project, there are projects that the Polish investors are interested in dispersed energy generation. It's mainly wind farms and biogas produced from biomass. And these are the projects that assume the participation of the Ukrainian partners in the joint venture formula. These are very interesting projects that assume the cooperation and combination of knowledge and experience of both parties. And the third direction that probably might be pursued is that the joint ventures cover not only Poland and Ukraine, but mainly also the investors and technology providers from other countries, like multinational joint venture projects. We think this joint venture project or joint venture direction has to be deepened and extended, and I think the event like today can contribute to it. So I think to organize a next meeting like this seems absolutely justified, because we have more and more stakeholders, and Świnoujście is the place where all the ideas come into focus.
minął, ale jeszcze poproszę.
Thank you very much. Our time is over, but now I would like to just ask a question to the representative of KUKE, which is the Export Credit Insuring Agency. Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear the speaker. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
My question was about, you heard the question, the last questions we have, there was a question about how we can improve or help in reconstruction of energy sector in Ukraine. If you have few comments, it's appreciated. We already after time, but take 1 minute.
Yes. I'll be quite brief. I think KUKA is doing a lot already in terms of trying to support the reconstruction process of Ukraine on many levels. I think that's something that Wojciech mentioned in terms of actual insurance projects already, investment of Polish companies. Actually, our book is already more than 500 million euros of insurance against war risk in Ukraine. So the projects are happening, and we're actively insuring it. So the product solution is already in place. Second thing, we can spread the knowledge, and spread the knowledge also among, let's say, Polish companies, but also Ukrainian companies and international companies. For us as KUKA, we can engage with different stakeholders, whether they're going to be Polish, international, or Ukrainian as well, as long as there is Polish content in the project. So actually, even taking the example of energy projects, if there's an energy project done by an EPC contractor, engineering procurement company, which is not Polish, but the company would procure at least 30% of the value of the contract from Poland, we can still engage in such project and provide insurance, despite the fact that the leading company is, for example, Ukrainian, Turkish, or American. Doesn't really matter to us as long as there is Polish content in the project. And thirdly, please spread the knowledge also about the fact that the activity of export credit agencies is in fact of course, we do not cancel out the risk, we do not, but we take the risk on the back of our shoulders, and war risk solutions are in place, and they actually can mitigate up to 100% of war risk from the perspective of the investor. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję panu ministrowi. Dziękuję wszystkim uczestnikom panelu. Jeszcze nie było tak źle.
I would like to thank all the panelists. I would like to complete this part of our panel. Still, we've never had such a long delay. Thank you very much.
debata za debatą.
Agata Urbaniak, a moderator. Co-deal by Mr. Tomasz Szubiela, Mr. Krzysztof Telega, and Mr. Bartosz Wilk. We will also have speakers from Ukraine. We have Ola Koszarna and Mr. Hordil online. Ladies and gentlemen, we are far behind the schedule, so let's get to the point. This is a very special moment for me as a moderator and also as a representative of the Institute of Innovations and Technology, so-called the Łukasiewicz Network. We have just published a report called the Program of Polish Nuclear Power. In the light of experts, this was made on the basis of the research carried out among experts and the participants of the process of energy transformation. And the conclusions are, in Poland, we are not debating whether to develop the energy generation. It's not where, but also the capacity. The nuclear power has been regarded as the stabilizer for the system and also the security for the system. And making reference to the topic of the panel, the report shows certain risks which do not concern technology as such. Technology is available. We know the standards. The international experience is also available. The key risks concentrate on financing, capacity management, and also sustaining the social mandate. The most important topic, or one of the most important topics, is the issue of local content. The local content is an element of systemic approach to the public investment. I think we are in a nice moment somewhere between the declarations on interoperability, and if we follow the agenda, then we can say that today's panel is very specific. We have a presentation of the entire nuclear power system, and come back to the point. Let me say one sentence which was emphasized, highlighted in our report. It's not the energy project only, but it's also the test for the management of the strategic project budget. The social acceptance and local content. That's the first issue. We start. Well, the report shows that the acceptance for the nuclear power facility is 90%, but the report also shows that this is not only the valuable capital, but also the one which will have to be skillfully managed. So in this context, I will ask first question, Mr. Szubiela. I would like to ask, what is the practical view of the local content and the process of its management? Do you know what are the reasons of social acceptance, and what is definition of local content in creating the trust? Yes, it's good now. It's all right now. The project is accepted. It's one of the strengths of the project. So the public acceptance. You have to take care of it. You have to foster it to be effective in keeping and maintaining the acceptance. The acceptance is so high because the public is more and more aware. It's not only the project to generate electricity of a low emission source of energy. This is the project for Poland. This is a civilization project, and this is an industrial project. I would like to give you some explanation. This is a project which would change our history, because such projects need very high quality of cooperation and management, work with the supply chain. They create complete new competencies. This is the industrial project. We will create new fields of business activities that we have never thought about. If we talk about local content and or any kind of partnership, we have to take into consideration the fact, or to make the durable, and we have to involve the local companies. Everyone must benefit from the project. The companies support, and the support by the companies must be stronger than the difficulties faced and created by the unfriendly ones. Some people would not understand the essence of the project. Some people would not have time to wait for the advantages, which would appear in a certain phase. You have to remember that the project has got certain phases, stages. We don't have time, or on the other hand, we don't have time to build the local content. We should start it today. Local content was found in local content. A lot of countries can follow something that we call local patriotism. So they show that you need to have their own competences. You need to be able to dynamically mobilize the competences and fulfill and achieve difficult things. The nuclear project is ideal, and it would permanently interact with the market surroundings. I'm dealing with the so-called delivery of the project, so I'm trying to do structuring, planning, and managing the time schedule, looking for synergies, looking for possibilities to shorten the execution time. But I have my own opinion, of course, regarding the local content, and I will share it with you. The organization of local content, it's not the efforts it's a matter of 1 year. This is a continuous activity, quite popular. The different suppliers' days are very important. Suppliers' day is not events, it's just the permanent work on identifying the companies and opportunities, or organizing support for companies to get them prepared to quality requirements. I had participated in projects where local content started to be a kind of a burden because it did not have enough time to match the requirements. On the other hand, the investor was not active enough to prepare the supply chain. We have to remember the values that appear over the time. So now we need the participation of Polish companies to reduce the risk. And one of the important skills is that in the beginning of the project, you must have the vision of its end. It's very difficult. it's doable. The investor, the Polish nuclear power plants, cannot complete the project. This is on the basis of multi-partnership. There's a multi-partnership for many years, partnership with local content, with American partners, with the government. We have to fulfill certain environmental requirements. So the local content is also not satisfied the opinion of the ones who would need more, but it requires more time. We are in the course of the processes that are sometimes contradictory to one another. We discuss EPC contract, the quality of which must be absolutely doubtless, and on the other hand, we would like the local content to be involved. The local content would appear. We would like to maximize its participation. If we do not start activities that would actively and everyday support, we had established the department that deals with local content. This is called Market Support Department. I think it's better to call it local market development, not market support. It might be a kind of an excuse, but to call it development, that would be better. It's better to try to learn from other projects. Such practices were adopted on other projects, not only in our country, but also in very many countries. We have to learn also on the basis of good things and bad things that happened on the Polish strategic project. There's a lot of material to draw conclusions, and I can talk a lot. Well, I know very well the risk of nuclear power. I'm the man of risk. If there's a problem, then there's no problem. If we know about the problem, then it's easier to solve it. And the people who work on projects must have some very specific, extraordinary approach. I also tell my team that, well, running the project is just solving the problems on a daily basis. If we come to a problem, that's good. If we come to work and we face a problem, that means we are needed and we can solve the problem. And other practical issue is local content and partners, its predictability. Increasing the certainty of the implementation path, which means, well, everything depends on the emotionless, everyday wrapping on the projects to make it valuable and keep the solid content. So similar question to our foreign guest, Dr. Olga Koszerna. You have experience with building and maintaining the social acceptance also during the time of a conflict. What lessons of your experience with Chernobyl can help us build the social acceptance and social trust? Thank you for a question. What lessons could be learned from Chernobyl during the Soviet time? The nuclear power plants or nuclear energy generation was covered by secrets and kept confidential. And since the very beginning of the Chernobyl case, the media had not been provided with true information. And on the basis of the report that was made in 1991, it was said that the reasons was the critical defects of reactor construction and the lack of independent bodies to control the security and the human factor. And as far as the regulations are concerned, in 1991, after regaining the independence, the National Committee for Nuclear Energy was established. It was established as the independent from the Ministry of Energy, independent from operators, independent from license owners. It is important because the regulations and laws were implemented in 1995, earlier than in Russia, and the decisions with the participation of society and local society had to be considered, and sharing information and informing. Poland and Ukraine are the members of the Convention on the access to the environmental information. We simply run a very open dialogue with the society. Before the invasion, before 2022, there were something like social councils by the nuclear power generation bodies, and we had representatives of the public who participated in debates. It is very good practice. And in my opinion, very good practice is practice which is along with the obligation to make an annual report on the security and conditions of the emission, and also increases the social trust. And as far as the crisis is concerned, how to communicate during the crisis situation. Today, you have to trust the governmental bodies and operators. So all the announcements on the government level have to be true and clear and transparent. In other words, the truth is a fundament of trust. A trust to the actions of the operator. And of course, the certain legal regulations must be adopted, of course. So the fulfillment of the Ukrainian laws and the regulations of the convention enhance the trust with regard to the state and operator as well. So if there's an announcement on the governmental level, everybody believes in it. Well, this is in line with the conclusions from our report. So the management of knowledge is very important to make the project successful. And then a question to Deputy Chairman of Polymix. What are your specific obligations and requirements regarding the participation of the local content in the phase of construction and further operation? Where is the potential and the possibility for the Polish companies, for the Polish local companies? Are there any plans to involve these companies into the chain of values? The easiest is to say what our obligations are. We will do what we were hired for, and I hope we will do a good job. And I would like to make a reference to the idea of local content. I'm happy that the Polish administration, Polish institutions are seriously dealing with this issue. Well, there is some opinions that, well, next time, and this will be the next time where Polish companies will be simply put off, and then the foreign partners will enter. Dr. Kazimierczak, the deputy chairman of the Polish employees in the civil industry. I don't share his opinion, but you have to be aware that a partner for the Polish contractors would be back to Westinghouse. These are American entities, and the opinion is that they would be very difficult partners for further discussion. We have some guarantees and securities from the government through the Polish energy program that at least 40% of the contractors must be Polish ones. And on the other hand, the practical issues are important. We will have to find out ourselves the agreements that will be developed for the contractors will have to be considered as the ones that be acceptable. And ARP, Agency for the Development of Industry, acts for having as many Polish entities as possible, especially through the certification credit for the amount of up to 1 million Polish zloty. This is a very good initiative which would help us to involve other subcontractors. You also have to notice that there are some limitations. Well, there are small technical details, but they will have to be considered. The certifications ISO 19444. This is the standard that is required to be able to bid for work. And the standard needs to prove your involvement in nuclear power plant projects in 2 years. The first concrete work on the Polish project will be late in 2028. So the Polish companies will have problems to prove their involvement in the nuclear power projects. And if they are not able to prove, then they will lose it.
However, I'm an optimist because there are certain risks related to the participation of Polish companies. We need to bear in mind that the APE 1000 technology has never been fully carried out. Even in the US, it was moved by 7 years in the US, in China, I think 10 years, and such delays have specific consequences for the companies involved in the process, even related to financing. So we cannot actually guarantee the pre-funding, and we also need to bear in mind that sometimes the companies need to produce the appropriate quality certification, so that also costs, that generates costs, and it creates chain reactions and problems that arise during carrying out of such an investment. Exactly. And from the capability to put it into practice, we are moving on to the financial capability. So the question to Krzysztof Teliga, the local content, what kind of role can it, what kind of part can it play in building the financial liquidity or financial capability? I'm thinking about typically Polish companies, not necessarily multinational companies, but Polish companies. I'm talking about entities that build the local content. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Maybe I will start with some numbers so that we know what we are talking about. 120 Polish companies have had something to do with the nuclear energy because they were suppliers with their own components. My colleagues from France talked about that during the meeting. We are talking about local content, that's 200 companies. Obviously, each company has got their own subcontractors sub-suppliers, etc., etc. But when we talk about the certification process, the certification process for the nuclear island, one nuclear island, one atomic island. This process is just going on right now. The second one is the so-called manual, according to which the company is supposed to function. And the third stage is the prototype that should be compliant to the norms and standards. And we met the representatives of those companies, and none of these companies actually treats the nuclear power plant as a one-off job and one-off order, because the costs related to this order, if it's treated as a one-off order, would never be able to be covered. So gaining our experience in building the first Polish nuclear power plant, these companies hope that they will become a part of this European circle of companies and suppliers. I'm talking about Westinghouse. So that's the first thing. Another thing, we are in the crucial moment of ensuring the appropriate participation or contribution of the Polish companies in the construction of the first nuclear power plant. EPC contract is being negotiated. If the EPC contract is not negotiated, it simply won't happen, because on the basis of the contract, you will have the other agreements and other contracts, realization contracts. So at this point, we need to keep our fingers crossed for our negotiators from Poland so that they can be effective enough to convince our American partners. Well, there are certain doubts and fears related to it, because sometimes it may be the case that they simply hire people and will thank the companies. And that will mean that this process won't simply fulfill its primary goal. And finally, the certification. Well, certification is necessary for this nuclear part, because the rest, those are norms. We are talking about NQA-1 norm, the American one. When it comes to turbines, those are regular norms, ESO, that are not related to great investments. The Ministry of Energy has calculated those certification costs, and would be 200 million direct costs, and costs related to the non-direct costs, such as, for example, welding steel for the nuclear part. That's around 500 million zlotys. So this is the range that we work within. Thank you very much. Out of my experience, I can confirm that all the certifications and maintaining the quality are indispensable, because for many years I've been the head of the measurement unit, and we were basically testing the infrastructure, gas pipes, and I second everything that you said. That gives the trust to investors, but it also directly translates to the safety of use and security of use. Now, when it comes to funding, President, I would like to ask you, so what's the scenario for funding such investments, for funding the nuclear power plant, and also the entire accompanying infrastructure? What kind of competence would be required? Because as a scientist, I'm interested in what kind of the competence are required. What's the scenario? What would you say? Thank you very much. Before I start talking about the finances and how we imagine that, I would like you to note that it's not a matter of reactor that it was built too late, because in general, in Western Europe, nuclear plants come with a great deviation on the budget and schedule. So this is not I'm not being the ambassador of this technology here, because it has both its benefits and drawbacks, but the costs and quality of management will affect the deviations. Now, when it comes to the preparation of local content, I would like you to note one more thing. This market may feel not fully taken care of information-wise. So certain aspects are being negotiated. Neither partners nor us can say what all of the things will look like, but we are aware of the fact that Bechtel, presenting the direct management formula, completely does not adapt to the realities of the Polish market, and that's one of the risks that we are going to emphasize in our negotiations and combat in our negotiations. I wouldn't say that the greatest problem is the execution of what we negotiate in the contract, what we write in the contract, according to the EU, so that we avoid the accusation that we have a preference for Polish companies. So that's the potential risk that I see. We listen to different arguments, we draw conclusions, and we just wonder how to operate and how to handle the whole process so that minimize the risks and handle them. Now, when it comes to funding, we have signed the contract lately with US Exim. Last year, we signed contracts with 11 export agencies. But we need to bear in mind that export agencies obviously want to promote their local content rather than Polish local content. So that's great that we are building our financial stability and the facilities, but we need to look at our market first and focus on our market first. We've come through the non-binding procedure market funding. Usually the market funding procedure ends with a positive result, and which is good, because we receive declarations of banks that create this local content. There is a lot of money. In this quarter, we are going to sign the contract with the technical advisor that works for the commercial banks, and we hope still in this quarter to start the audit of the project involving auditing issues related to local content. 70% of power plants are supposed to be financed from different sources. So we need to have the money exactly when it's needed, because just having the money all the time obviously increases the costs. And considering the amounts that have been given, it increases the costs. We are aware of that. Finances and fundings and the organization of projects, technical issues, those are matters that we try to work on. And at the same time, we implement contracts with our American partners, contracts on early project works. Obviously, we are risk-oriented. And from my perspective, one of the most effective methods of risk management, especially when it comes to financial risks, is the early allocation. So the early allocation of risks, creating legal basis so that the team of specialized experts can work with our partners, and in that way we are ready for the later stage of the project. Local content, regardless of which stage of the project we are discussing, or maybe accompanying industries. Well, it's difficult to imagine that American companies will come here and build it cheaper, so that means financial costs. So this financial effort that's related to preparing Polish companies for this project, that's actually saving. That's actually a saving. So by nature, I'm an optimist because otherwise I wouldn't be able to manage neither people nor financial matters. Sometimes we need to act counterintuitively, counter to logic. But I have to say that we have a good team of experienced managers. They are experienced in nuclear projects, and to me, it doesn't come as a surprise that we have maybe those difficulties or problems, and in further stages, we will try to prove that we are not only the coordinator and partner, we are also a very strict executioner. And now I would like to comment on what you've said. We are not complaining, we are motivating you for actions. So I think Polish representatives don't only have the right to negotiate, they can have expectations. Would you like to comment on that? No, it doesn't require my comment. I think everybody in this room, we want the same thing, and we know the answer to the question. So pay, what does pay have to do? What does pay have to focus on? And how does it have to communicate with the market? I don't complain about the market doesn't complain about me. I've always believed that we should particularly care about our national goods, which is national state-owned companies. And those state-owned companies and privately owned companies have to participate in this project together. And the real barriers, real obstacles have to be distinguished from those that are easy to overcome. We know that each industry and each entity will try to negotiate the conditions in which the payment comes as late as possible. It may be good because when it comes to receiving the funds, it may be attractive, but it's not good for the project. And there are many aspects like that. That's why we work to early identify those problems and to identify such difficulties at the early stage. There are also some companies on our market that are experienced in nuclear power projects, and we can be proud of on most of our companies because they present high quality and standard competence, or even higher than standard competence. And what happens if we want to limit the wallet to increase the resilience of the project? Well, we should identify such situations. We should pay attention whether such problems pose a serious threat to the project and may hamper the project. I would like to say that we actually agree in crucial matters. So moving on to another topic in our panel, that's management. You've started this topic. So on that note, how can the company, at what stage are you? Are you defining the mechanisms, the management mechanisms, or how do you minimize the risk related to geopolitical conditions? Are you based on benchmarks from abroad, or to make long-term cohesion when it comes to management, when it comes to in difficult times or at certain times? How do you do it in practice?
Well, before we start to implement the project, we simply define. We have to find out what is the content, business content, and during the phase of content, we have the first preliminary schedule. In the very phase of defining, we define the first risks. And today, the art of intelligent benchmark is one of the best arts. If we are intelligent enough to learn on our own mistakes, then the management system is absolutely solid. What are typical risks on such projects? First, the project organization. Then a lack of constructability. What I understand is a lack of constructability. The process engineer, of course, designs far away from the market situation. Then the changes on the design are so many that the project is stopped for many years. The supply chain, irrespective of any moment we are the chain supply is always a big risk. I had a lot of experience with the supply chain on other projects. Sometimes the things that are not scarce, suddenly we are short of. Most often we might be short of the qualified staff. The competitiveness and race for people. So lack of stability, organization, and integration. Remember that project management is divided into smaller parts to enforce it in a better way, but then you have to integrate everything afterwards. The points of connection or hookups are also very risky. Sometimes I force the teams to sit during the project implementation and to define the hookups. At LNG terminal in 2009, I was employed by the chairman of gas system. I started to work on the system of coordination. Then I worked that coordination is the actions in an agreement. That's where we started to develop the system of coordination. Gas system had different investment projects, different from the experience of maritime office. And then the harbor authority had different experiences. We had goodwill, but we all represented different countries. I'm a lawyer. I, of course, believe in law as the instrument for the public control, and this is a paradigm which I'm looking for in the projects. Managing a project is not a method, but a competence, a skill. Since the very first days of the project, you have to build up the competence. A question to Mr. Teliga. We already heard that the problems of financing might appear with regards to financial cohesion, the risk of financial cohesion. But as far as the management is concerned, is the present or the current mechanism of financing beneficial or advantages or disadvantages to managing the projects in the nuclear power industry, or are they the additional source of risk? We'll find out. It has not started yet. We can only base on theoretical considerations. A developer or investor is in a good situation. The ones that have to respond to the challenges are in a worse situation, because the financing that is in the hands of the partner or main partner, the buyer, is very important. The ideal thing is financing the project on the basis of the neutral cash flow. The system of prepayment and staging is developed in such a way that the entity starting or bidding for the work would not get the extremely high debt to fill in the gaps in the revolving capital. This is what the whole circles strive for, and there's also the code of good practice, which was adopted by MAP, and soon will be sent to the companies which are owned by the state, so-called over-security. Or sometimes the investor asks for a number of multi-year, multi-annual guarantees that are not reduced over the life of the project. We have to think of the guarantee period or the securities amount with regards to the risk be properly set. In the bids that are not connected with PZP, had the trust fund instead of security or guarantee. This is a good mechanism, the protection mechanism, safeguarding both partners. So we have quite a number of mutually combined or linked, coupled instruments, so that the project be properly done within the financial frames. And this, of course, the ideal process. But the smaller the supplier, the more difficult situation is, and nobody takes the small player seriously. So such a small player must have the good capacity to take part in the bidding process. But the good solution is a consortium where the small players associate and unite in the form of a consortium to gain experience. We have Olgierd with us, the General Director of the association. Well, this is called Ukrainian Nuclear Power Forum. The program of the Polish nuclear power industry will be implemented over decades in differentiated conditions and Ukraine has got a lot of experience also under the extreme pressure. What, in your opinion, mechanism for managing nuclear projects to provide for continuation of financing and cooperation? That means all the issues that the speakers mentioned. And a complementary question, does Poland have to perceive the nuclear project as a kind of element for the economic diplomacy and long-term industrial policy, not only as the project for power generation? Can you hear us? Yes, thank you for your question. Well, I'm audible. You can hear me? In this case, well, maybe a wider perspective. I think we have a wider view of the elements that you mentioned. On the one hand, cooperation between our countries, and on the other hand, the access to the Ukrainian market, also the future of Poland as the country that already today made a decision regarding the nuclear power plants. And regarding the nuclear power generation as the key factor and also the fundament, the basis for the generation of electric power. And of course, for us, for Ukraine, well, we're quite happy that we can cooperate with Poland in this area, with Poland is a good neighbor. And Poland in the Central Eastern Europe is a country which is an example of great success. We can talk about the cooperation and certain projects, but we can say that Poland can be, well, Poland already is a strategic partner, but in the future, Poland can be even more than a strategic partner. Poland can create kind of a new regional center of competence in nuclear power generation together with us. Or the center for cluster-based structures working within the field of nuclear power generation and the use of new proven technologies that might be common. Westinghouse, the Westinghouse technology, these technologies were, well, Westinghouse was chosen as the main supplier of technology for Polish nuclear power plant. Both for Ukrainian Forum of nuclear power, and for companies that are members of our forum or our association. It's quite obvious that the cooperation with Poland is something highly recommended. And at the same time, I would like us to think and look at it from the wider perspective. Well, everything that was discussed also relates to Ukraine, because we also have plans to increase our capacity of. We talk about new power plants, new units generating power, increasing the share of nuclear power plant, and we are facing lots of challenges. But of course, we can talk about specific issues. Specific issues that are the subjects discussed by Polish partners. Our nuclear sector has practical experience as far as the construction, operation, upgrading, cabling, all kind of technical issues can be shared. A year ago, we started discussing these issues. So as for today, this is something that could be a subject of cooperation between us, a mutual relationship. Managing such a large structure is a complex project, it's a complex process, and of course poses quite a number of challenges. But as far as directions of future cooperations are concerned, development of supply chains, we have to be aware that we have a lot of competences related to the fabrication of different kind of equipment and engineering solutions for nuclear power generation. And the participation of nuclear of Ukrainian bodies in a Polish nuclear project is possible. We understand that you want to enhance or create your own consortia or structures. So such a synergy could help and could create some kind of regional backup facilities and maintains the operation of certain plants. We are talking about Europe in general. We are talking about EU perspective. So we are talking about the European nuclear power industry, and as far as human resources are concerned, this might be a problem. You will need thousands of qualified staff. In Ukraine, we have the system of education and vocational system to prepare the staff. Maybe in the future we can establish the common, let's call it, education projects that would be linked with training sessions, innovations, and so on. So in this case, we understand that new technologies from the beginning of this century, we succeeded in creating our own solutions. We became independent from Russian technologies. Of course, these new technologies require new knowledge and new solutions. So this is very important time for launching and starting the cooperation. New technologies give us a chance to go forward. So it's quite understandable that as today, and it was already mentioned today, it is important not to be a consumer of technology, but also to be a part of the nuclear power plant technology inventors. We, of course, can fight with strong competition, but I would say that for us it is quite important to be able not only to be a part, but also to be a creator of the added value with regard to certain components. Just come to the point, because well, you said that in industrial diplomacy and national security, of course, Poland should look at the nuclear power generation in a wider context, not only as an investment project. We have to understand that today the energy security, economic or industrial diplomacy, long-term development are the main directions for the development. So we have to support the energy sovereignty and not be dependent on any political movements, political changes that might potentially affect the development of the nuclear power generation. But in my opinion, can be an obstacle to the economic development as such. Not a single country, but the whole region as well. So this is the main conclusion. Thank you.
Niestety z racji ograniczonego czasu.
due to the fact that our time is limited, we need to come to an end of our discussion. We haven't exhausted all the questions, and I'm really sorry about that because the topic is really interesting and could be continued for many, many hours more. But we would like to thank all the delegates, especially our foreign guests. And to summarize, to sum up, according to the thesis of our report, I can actually support the fact that Polish nuclear program is not the technology test. It's a test of institutions and a test of the maturity of those institutions. I would like to thank you for the fruitful debate, and I would like to invite you to read the report and its results. Thank you very much.
Halo, halo. Oddaję.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the floor to Jacek Piechota. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have the finale of our special day. Diana, where are you? Ladies and gentlemen, there is an exceptional finale of this day because the issue is that how Ukrainian economic politics and economic future is going to shape, that is heavily influenced by the process of denationalization. And the denationalization is supposed to be funded from the state. How it's supposed to take place? It's supposed to restructure the economy? Is it supposed to allow the foreign capital? So now we have Metro Natolucha, the head of the Ukrainian Agency of the National Property. Our friend Dimitro is here for the second time. It's an important guest of the Baltic Business Forum. And he was here during the meeting of heads of the European Economic Commission. He was here, and Waldemar Pawlak was actually the prime minister back then, and the head of the Economic Commission of the Seimas, he was here. So welcome again to Świnoujście, and now the floor is yours. You are going to talk about Ukrainian denationalization. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, I can sit here. Dziękuję. Okay. Those of you who have stayed here, I understand that I'm the last barrier between you and alcohol, so I will try to be as short as possible, okay? This is very important. Thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And Poland is truly an inspiration for us, for me personally, as the chairman of the State Property Fund, because you've done a great job, really. You've done a marvelous job, and the fact that the Ministry of State Assets here in Poland is one of the strongest and one of the most influential ministries in all of the government is a testament to the fact that privatization was successful. The companies, the state-owned companies in the Ministry of State Assets of Poland generate around 16% of the Polish GDP. This is an incredible number. And all of them are well known, all of them are transparent, and all of them are very, very influential. So our ambition, of course, is to do something as similar as possible to what you guys have done back in the 90s. So without taking a lot of time, I will go probably straight to what the situation is right now. I have been appointed only in January this year, okay? So it's been 4 months. In 4 months, we managed to get 50% of the privatization plan already, but only with small-scale privatization. Small-scale privatization is the book value less than 250 million hryvnias. This is $5.8 million. So everything that is above $5.8 million is considered big privatization. Everything that costs less than $5.8 million is considered small privatization. Okay. So usually the process goes like the following. We have the 3 distinct tracks, the large scale, the small scale, and the separate category of sanctioned assets. This is very important because starting from 2022, the fund that I chair, it also sells any assets that have been taken from Russia. Anything that we have nationalized, anything that the state of Ukraine has got from the Russian oligarchs, the Russian sanctioned individuals, the Russian companies, falls in the fund, and we are supposed to sell it as well. And the money from that sanctioned assets, they go to build the houses for the people. So this is the 2 privatizations model, full and partial. Full privatization means that we transfer full control and operational responsibility to a private investor. Partial allows investors to acquire minority stakes, while the state retains control. This opens access to large strategic enterprises without full transfer or ownership. The model is important for unlocking investment to major state-owned companies. We have been discussing ECU today. So right now there is a debate whether we should sell 100% of the ECU or we should sell 50% or we should sell 30% whatsoever. So you can see that the major players are also the Ministry of the Economy, then the Anti-Monopoly Committee, and then there is, of course, us, the State Property Fund or the SPFU. One thing you should know about how we sell the assets, it's only through auction. There is no private sale, there is no, I mean, there are talks and discussions, but in the end, everything will be sold through an online auction. So we think this decreases the risks of any corruption, of any pre-agreed deal, because in real time, you can see how people bid, you can see how they make bids, and you can see who wins the lot because they bid it the highest price. There is nothing else except the auction. This is the only system that is left, and this is the main system that we use for selling the assets. I will not bother you with these slides because I don't want to take your time, but I would rather stop here. So from an investor perspective, the privatization is already structured and time-bound. It starts with preparation. We we do the sale conditions. We publish the asset, and we provide you access to information, the data room, the site visits, the due diligence. This is everything that we are doing on our side. Then, as I mentioned, we are setting up the auction. Usually it takes up to 8 weeks, all the transactions are conducted through electronic auctions where investors compete on equal terms and the winning bidder is determined transparently. Then we move to finalization. This includes payment for the assets because sometimes even if you have won the auction, sometimes the winner does not pay. And then signing of the sale purchase agreement and where required obtaining the clearance from anti-monopoly committee is incredibly important as well. And then there is this post-transaction phase where the fulfillment of investment and social commitment is monitored for very specific assets that usually are strategic. This is an important slide and I hope a very easy one for you. What we have done for investors outside of Ukraine to participate in privatization. So first, there is no requirement to obtain a Ukrainian tax ID. It means that you don't have to register as a Ukrainian company to participate in privatization. This is very, very important because it happened only a couple of months ago. Before that, it was a pain in the ass, and it was a huge block and a barrier for foreign companies to participate in privatization. Then another important block that we took away is that you can make payments in foreign currency. This reduces the operational complexity for any foreign investor because you don't have to pay in hryvnias only. You can pay in euros, you can pay in dollars, you can pay in other currency. We made sure that if you have a dispute, you can resolve it on your terms, meaning that basically the parties are free to choose international commercial arbitration, including the famous arbitration institute of the Stockholm's Chamber of Commerce. So it doesn't have to be the Ukrainian legal system. If you don't trust it, it's okay. You can go and resolve your disputes and settlements in other countries. And at the same time, we have strengthened the protection of the investors, meaning that when there is a winner, the winner is granted the status of bona fide acquirer. This means that the transaction cannot be reversed after the completion. So these 4 measures, in our opinion, are designed to reduce your potential administrative barriers and legal uncertainty. This is a very tentative calendar of privatization. It's not 100% confirmed, but this is something that we expect to sell in the upcoming months, maybe even years. We have everything here, starting from state-owned banks, ending up with strategic companies that produce ammonia, that produce insulin for pharmaceuticals, and so on and so forth. In general, I can leave it for some time here. You should understand that the fund is a beast because we manage more than 2,200 different assets, starting with very small ones like bakeries, like kosher vodka producers. Yes, we have that as well. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but they're very proud of it. And ending up with companies that produce ilmenite for titanium, companies that produce titanium sponge, companies that produce insulin, state-owned banks, companies that produce alumina, coal mines and zirconium mines and so on and so forth. So we have very small assets. We can sell a car that was nationalized from a sanctioned individual. And at the same time, we have huge plants and huge industrial complexes. So we sell everything, and this is why the fund is such a peculiar institution. It literally can fit any budget. Whatever you're looking for in Ukraine, we can have an option for you. So the budget is not the limit. So very, very briefly, not so famous, but assets that we hope to sell in the upcoming months, by the end of this year, ideally. So Odessa portside plant, it's probably one of the most famous assets we have in Ukraine. It was built during the Soviet Union to supply all the Soviet Union with ammonia to produce fertilizers. If you have followed the news, after the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the global supply of ammonia was cut by 30%. So it turned out that 30% of ammonia was coming from the Strait of Hormuz. All of a sudden, this created a huge interest in OPZ, in this specific asset. It's not an easy asset. It has its own problems and complexibilities, but at the same time, we will be happy to show it to you, to tell you more in detail about it, and to take you through the due diligence process so you understand it better. Then we have the Sumy-Chimprom. It's a large-scale chemical complex with a diversified product base. It fertilizers, and it offers industrial turnaround potential with a starting price of approximately 24 million. We expect to put it on sale in the third quarter of this year. Mykolaiv Alumina Refinery, an exceptionally interesting asset because this was sanctioned and nationalized from a Russian oligarch called Deripaska. He was investing heavily in this asset. He was developing it almost every year. So it's a very nice, modern, upgraded asset that now belongs to the state of Ukraine. It's a key element of the global aluminum value chain. With a large-scale production and integrated port infrastructure. With a starting price of approximately $86 million, we expect it to be sold by the fourth quarter of this year. The problem with this asset is that the logistics is built through the Mykolaiv port. And unfortunately, Mykolaiv port is not operating at the moment because the Russians are too close and can hit it anytime. So if you would buy it today, you can probably transfer everything through rail or through cars, but the port will be unblocked only when the hostilities are over. Zaporizhzhia titanium magnesium combine, this is the only titanium sponge producer in Europe, just for your understanding. It was also built in the Soviet Union. It was strategically positioned in the critical materials value chain. It has a starting price of approximately $24 million, and we expect to sell it in the second or first quarter of next year. Dymurinsky Mining and Processing Plant is a resource-based asset. It has access to titanium and zircon deposits focused on export market. 2 hectares of zircon and ilmenite sources, making it one of the most interesting assets in the whole portfolio. Starting price approximately 38 million, and we expect to sell it by the third quarter of this year. Motor Detal Konotop is also a sanctioned asset. It doesn't get enough of the attention that it should, because it supplies specific details, and it produces specific details for companies like Lockheed Martin and Rheinmetall. So Lockheed Martin and Rheinmetall are clients of Motor Detal Konotop. It's a very niche industrial manufacturer. It has an established production capabilities and access to global original equipment manufacturer. It has a very low entering price, $5.5 million. We expect to put it on sale also in the third quarter of 2026. This is in the city of Kyiv. This is probably one of the most well-known shopping malls in Kyiv, also a sanctioned asset. This is how we got it. It was taken by from the Rothenbergs. From the Rothenbergs, so the state owns 66% of this asset, but if you're interested, we understand how to expand it legally to 100%. It's just a matter of legal procedures. Probably one of the largest shopping malls in Kyiv, prime commercial real estate, stable cash flow, strong tenant base, and central urban location. Starting price approximately $100 million. We expect it to put it on sale by the end of this year. This is Kharkiv Energozbud. I was telling you about this previously during the panel. It has a client base of 1.6 million of citizens. It's one of the largest, probably, electricity supplier with a very diversified customer base and very predictable revenue streams. One of the few companies that is profitable in the energy sector. We have to confirm the starting price and the timeline because at the moment we are evaluating the asset, but I think it might be, you can see the profits in the main financial scale, it's only growing. Given the fact that Kharkiv is a frontier city in the frontier region and is getting attacked almost daily, at the same time Kharkiv Energozbud shows great financial results. And finally, Indar, which is an insulin producer, full-scale pharmaceuticals plant, including insulin manufacturing, with strong positioning and a strategic healthcare segment. $15 million starting price, expected timeline, either the end of this year or the beginning of the next one. We are also in the process of preparing the Sense Bank for privatization. You might heard about that it might also come at the market probably by the end of this year, not so sure, but we are assessing the reality. And last but not least, this year we have introduced a fully new direction of the fund's operation. This is the public-private partnership. We have specific assets that cannot be sold because of the cultural or historical value. One of them is the castle, the Schönborn Castle. It's in Zakarpattia, so very, very west of Ukraine. Extremely safe, huge, very old. We are looking for a private partner to do a PPP project on that. Another one is the Kujalnik Sanatorium, founded in 1833, close to Odessa, a unique historical complex that can be a marvelous spa center. Also looking for an investment from the private side. I will stop here. I think I made it in less than 20 minutes, and thank you very much for your attention.
Mytro, dziękujemy bardzo. Kuluary, pytania, można kontynuować rozmowę, jeśli ktoś już podjął jakąś inwestycyjną decyzję. A my, szanowni państwo, zapraszamy już na przerwę. Wszystko wskazuje na to, że zdążymy. O 20:00 zapraszamy tutaj, w tej sali, na galę.
Jacek mówił o przyjemnościach, a ja mówię o obowiązkach. Jutro zaczynamy o godzinie 9:00 w tej sali. Od prezentacji PFR Inwestycje o godzinie 9:30 będziemy mieli spotkanie z profesorem Jerzym Buzkiem, premierem rządu polskiego i przewodniczącym Parlamentu Europejskiego, a o 10:30 debata ambasadorów, byłych ambasadorów Polski w Ukrainie i Ukrainy w Polsce. Tak więc Dzisiaj zabawa, jutro praca. Dziękujemy bardzo.
Dziękujemy i do zobaczenia o 20:00.